The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo. It's been a wee bit of a stuff up. I didn't realise that the daylight savings changed in the UK. Now there's 13 hours difference instead of 12. No one told me. I should have googled it last night. But anyway, we can do some stuff while we wait for Rob. I thought he might be around 11 PM anyway, but yeah, we can always go over some stuff while we're waiting. Hopefully it's plain sailing for his mic setup, but we'll come to that, I guess. So we can go over a few things here anyway while we wait. I'm not sure how many people out there is watching. Blackvault put out a thing. Let's see if we can find it. I forgot to go over it yesterday anyway. Blackvault. I hate daylight savings, don't you guys? I wonder if it'll come up. YouTube channel, probably not. You know how suppressed we are. You think being Google, it would promote the YouTube channel first. Yeah, it's meant to be. But looks like I messed up the times again. So probably show up in half an hour probably. Blackvaults, so I might have to put in YouTube's. Does that narrow it down? There we go. Is that the one? No. Should be called the Blackvault, shouldn't it? Well, he's got a few channels, hasn't he? Yeah, that's not him, is it? Bloody stupid Google. Makes it impossible to find him. Oh, here we go. The Blackvault original. So who's the other Blackvault then? Someone stole his name. No, is it him? It's a playlist. This is typical of Google. How do we get to his page from here? Yeah. Yay, finally. Is that the correct one though? Let's see, what's he put up? Yep, Kimon UAP reports. Boring. Just more noise is Raw 2. What's that one? Special guest. So where's the thing he put up before? It must be an upload videos. I hate this new tab system. Everything's a video, right? So these tabs here should be under videos as a tab like here. Should have one here called live, one for shorts. That's right, myths. I don't know who runs Google, but their coding guys are strange. They're not users of the system. US Army vision of the future. UFOs flying around. That kind of rings a bell, actually. 1950s. Well, you can jump on and talk if you want to. Gabber, it's on the other guest link while we wait for Robert to jump on. Let's see, we'll display this one here. I'll just unzoom it.
We don't really see it yet, but we'll be looking.
I hate these recordings. Has he got subs on it? Aliens.
American 2701, you kind of passed over north of Liberal. Did you see anything out there on the ground, lights or anything?
Yeah, I'll just scroll it back a bit.
Some of the distance away from you, how far out in front?
They are, out the left window, they're all over the place, going at least 10 miles away from the airplane, and we've been tracking them for at least the last, I'd say, 50 miles.
And just verify, remember, you said they are on the ground, is that correct?
Yep, on the ground, seemingly everywhere.
JetBlue 1223, you're kind of headed in that direction. Be about your 10 to 11 o'clock and 50, 60 miles. Are you showing a bunch of lights on the ground out there?
We don't really see it yet, but we'll be looking.
American 2701, you kind of passed over north
Aliens.
of Liberal. Did you see anything out there on the ground, lights or anything?
So this is stupid. This is why they need dash cams for planes. So there's no reason why they couldn't stream it live from the cockpit to the tower and see what the pilot's seeing. Do you see how stupid this whole system is? It's like it's back in the 1950s, like they're flying just by radio call signs and Alpha, Tango, Bravo, blah blah nonsense, right? Yes, you should have it bookmarked. That's always what I keep saying. You should have a separate browser for it. So, yeah, Mick West analysed this. So, basically what they're saying is they're getting random lights appearing like wind turbine lights. But they're not wind turbine lights, according to them. Flashing around. At first I thought, well, this sounds like Starlink flares, but they're actually saying they're on the ground. So, I think Mick West got hold of all the information and the flight number, see where they were, relatively to the Google Maps, right? And the pilots have been fooled again. Turns out to be irrigation strobe lights. In America, they got these big irrigation systems that, I don't know, they might be 5 kilometers long, and they rotate around, spraying their wheat and corn or whatever. And they have these strobe lights on them that go off at random times. Why, I don't know. But they obviously irrigate at night time where it's not going to evaporate into the sky. Right. I suppose I can look it up and post it to Gabber. Hang on. I got it buried. Buried. How do I get rid of that one? It's complicated. I said to bookmark it. In fact, damn thing's opening up on the wrong screen. Yeah, let me just. So that's why we got to keep it private from all the trolls and haters. And I just slipped up, obviously. Anyway, we just have to see how it goes. It's quite easy to change though, but it's a pain in the ass. Discord. You should have been able to found it on Discord in a search, and you should be able to search for it. I suppose it's best to change it every couple of years anyway. But yeah, we can block. I suppose it's getting better. We can block and kick people. There we go. Now I've lost my link to the other thing. Hang on. I gotta close that down. Okay, that must be the one we're after. Alright, so I better post that up anyway. So we're doing a chat with Robert when he shows up. He'll show up sometime. As soon as he reads my email, can you start early? No, he's having a shower. Or whatever. Me, I've been up since 8. Not been too well actually, but that's the way it goes. Pin. There we go. Does it screw up now? No, looks like it's going alright. Cool bananas. Check your Discord, Gabber. And bookmark the link. So we don't have to expose it on the air by mistake like we just did. It's annoying. Gabberdoo. Where's that one gone? Hey, back to normal. There we go. Yeah, so where were we? We're talking about this 20 minutes on the radio here, is it? How long was that? 20 minutes talking about these lights on the ground. Anyway, if we go to Scott Brando, he's probably posted about it, because he normally posts Mick West stuff, but he won't post any of mine. The ego of this man. It's bigger than the whole planet. Okay. Let's see if he's put Mick West one up. And he's got some CGIs, by the looks of it. And some tic-tacs. Is that the latest third phase one? I see they put out some garbage stuff we finished yesterday. Curiosity. Oh, I would have thought you would have shared Mick West one. But he hasn't. But we might have a look at those ones while we wait for Robert. Yeah. Always comes like when I got the chat window there. So it looks like I have to go to mine, because I know I got it shared there. There we go. Doesn't mind going down, it's going upwards, that's the problem. So, yeah, maybe I'll just open that one up. So we're looking at this new pilot recording from Blackvault. Pilots see random lights on the ground, or slightly above the ground, and wondering what it is. And Mick West has had a look at it, and once you look at the map and then do a bird's eye view of it and see all the irrigation things, it's fairly obvious, you know. Mick debunks. So he said, alright, that's not the right one. That's the one about the third phase one. It's funny and said that Repton Bullshit is appearing on a known hoaxes clickbait channel to promote UFOs. Also funny that third phase used a stock photo of a UFO but blurred it to make it more realistic. He's not going to reveal anything. He doesn't know anything. That's right. We want the other one. It must be under it. There we go. No, the proper one. So the sea of dim flashing lights seen by N127RR and other planes over southwest Kansas and the Oklahoma Panhandle, whatever that is. A panhandle. I thought that was what you have on a frying pan. As reported by Blackvault, were probably strobe lights on a center pivot irrigation system. So he's got a bird's eye view of the map where the plane was here. And I suppose there where all the irrigation systems are that rotate around. Oh, is that the flight path? Hang on. Let's see. Certain areas of the country have an amazing amount of these blinking lights. Blinking! No word, F word. Those blinking lights. Pretty cool at night to drive by. Highway 287 north of Amarillo around dumbass. That sounds like a goof on. He's a dumbass. Texas is just amazing at night. The combination of what seems like thousands of these strobes and the ability to see 50 miles every direction you look adds up to quite a lot. So what's it actually saying on this map here? There's dumbass. You dumbass Texan. Okay, what else we got? N6391B. So is that a plane? Looks like a green plane there. Flying that way. And looks like a blue plane up there. So it was flight path. 2 flight paths. And you can see all these round circles, right? Look at all the irrigation things down there. Loads of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many would it be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. least 20 or 30 one way, and God knows how many that way. 100 that way, 300 of them, and that's just in that lower half. And then you got more up here, so that means another 300 there, and you got more up here. So yeah, easily another 400. So what's that, about 1,200 irrigation things spinning around with strobe lights on? And there you go. And it's not Starlink, so he's got a picture of what these strobe lights look like, and you can get different colours. Light kit for center pivots, a universal light kit for installation at the pivot point of end tower. Tells you when and how fast. Alright, so they can visually see how fast it's spinning. Features and benefits. Easy to install. Strobe lights. The style of light assembly will allow us to use strobe. Are they not using LED on them? They look like neon, don't they? Well, what do you call it? Fluoride. What's the ones they use in the strip lights? Anyway, that looks like a regular bulb there. Maybe it's a LED one. And there's the irrigation thing with the lights underneath. There you go.
They use strippers at the strip lights.
Strippers? What strippers?
Dancing girls.
Well, I don't know if they'll be dancing in a cornfield. Maybe there'll be some grey aliens and crop circle makers.
Look, aliens got to have stripper girls too, you know what I'm saying?
Stripper
it's international.
aliens.
It's international. It's intergalactic. Stripper can get a job intergalactic.
I want to know where my tall blondes are at night time, because
your tall blondes.
I only get the alien greys coming in and sticking needles in me.
they just come and get what they wanted from you, and then they're gone. See you later. You got their sugar daddy. They're just like, sugar daddy paid us. Let's go shopping. They're gone shopping. You know where they went.
Yeah, maybe.
How you going, mate? Feeling better?
I was a bit rough this morning. Yeah. So it looks like I stuffed at time zones again with Robert. They changed not long ago, right? What's it now?
I was telling you this yesterday. They get daylight savings, and we got daylight savings, and it's always different. So you have to check every time, like on the day. Always got to check it.
Yeah. Well, everybody kept telling me, "Oh, it's 12 hours difference." So I got used to 12 hours after our one changed, but then theirs kicked in not long ago. Yeah, so it's amazing. They spent, 20 minutes on this tower, and yet, as I'm saying, it's so stupid that they should have dash cams on the planes and they can just hook in and see what the pilots are seeing without having to describe it over the airways. It's ridiculous, really, isn't it? It's very hard to understand them.
All the cars, every Uber has to have a dash cam if you want to Uber.
Yeah, I think it's getting that. Every Russian car has one because they have so many accidents over there, apparently. So they got to have it for the insurance premiums. But it's almost like they're trying to get that to come in New Zealand. I think it will end up being everywhere. Everybody's got to have a dash cam in the cars for insurance reasons, right? So let's have a look at this. Again. See, to me, listening to that radio hiss and CB-like thing would drive me batty after about an hour, and I probably would have to quit the job. You think nowadays you wouldn't. Yeah, but nowadays you'd think it'd all be digital audio bouncing around Elon Musk's Starlink satellites to the planes in the tower, that you'd have crystal clear chat like we do when we do live streams. So it's so old 1940s, 50s technology still, and sure enough you could use that as a backup if everything else failed, go back to the old radio ways, but There should be enough bandwidth now to encrypt that and do it plane to tower and all that sort of business.
Like the new aeroplanes, everything's digital. You got a couple digital screens, and you cycle through all your instruments on a couple digital screens. But they do have times where like they get digital interference from weather or from something nearby, and they can't even read their screens. And the most important piece in an aeroplane is that thing, the horizon, the bubble. It tells you if you're flying down towards the horizon or flying up into the sky or flying upside down. That's the most important piece. You'd think they would at least have the most important instrument, the old analog style. So if you get digital interference, you can just look to the old analog, horizon instrument, and you know exactly if you're going up, down, or upside down. But they don't do that. They just put it all digital. Why wouldn't you just have one analog fail-safe? The horizon, the most important instrument on an aeroplane. I don't understand that, and I think these aeroplane engineers are rubbish. They're trash can.
They're behind the times anyway. They need a major upgrade.
Because there's no fail-safe with an aeroplane.
In particular, which side, left, right?
For you, actually, it would have been about, probably 80 miles ago along your route. I was just curious.
So the tower's nice and clear.
Negative on that, sorry.
It's recorded at the tower, isn't it?
The tower's digital, but the plane coming in is all analog.
Just when you get a second, could you come down here?
Sure.
Thanks.
Kansas City, medevac, Ecomed 23 and 13,000. Got the weather notice there at Hayes.
Google thinks it's music. Static is music.
3014.
14, see, it's all the old codes, isn't it?
It's not like a
Romeo.
Nope, it's not. It
Not
kinda
like a
almost
laser.
looks like like tower lights flashing, but they're real dim. And they're...
You should have phoned up Mick West, he would have told you.
Should have phoned Mick West. Mick West would have told you.
Irrigation lights. Irrigation lights.
477, contact Fort Worth Center, 132.
Not UFOs.
3245, good night.
Think about 23, only partner them. I'm showing it's runway 4. Happy.
So we're talking about how the pilots talk. Remember that one where we thought was so fake?
Okay, 23, and we've got the weather there.
Yeah.
You can see how they talk.
So that's proper pilot talk. Where the other video that was shilling, they weren't using correct military acronyms for tower or for object or for plane or for seeing something or for explaining. I'm observing this. It had no military lingo whatsoever. You could tell it was fake. G'day, Robert. How are you, mate?
Hello, guys. You okay?
G'day, buddy. Yeah, we're good, man. We're good.
Yeah, we got caught out by the daylight savings again.
I only told him yesterday, you have to check when you're doing time conversions on the day, because they've got daylight savings, we got daylight savings, different times, and the only way to get around it, like when I do my plane radar to see some UFOs I've captured, I got to go the UTC backwards because the plane radar's in UTC. I do it on the day because I don't know when UTC's daylight savings. I only know when Australia's daylight savings. You just got to check it daily. Like, there's no other way around it.
Robert, you there?
Well, between me and Paul, it can be anything between 11 hours and 13 hours, and sometimes it's 12. So, because
it was 12.
Yeah, it was 12. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot it changed in end of October, which ain't long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, doesn't matter. I just kicked off anyway talking about Blackvaults new pilot recordings, right? And we're just saying how backward it is that they don't have dash cams, so the tower can just hook into what the pilots are seeing, rather than have to describe it with Tango, Trot, Foxtrot, and all that sort of talk over CB radio.
Well, they'd need a constant internet connection to be able to transfer the data instantly, so they can see what's on the webcam.
They can
So,
do
like,
that nowadays.
now they're getting the Starlink on all the airplanes and ships and cruise liners. They can work something out like that, you know.
Sure, but the interesting thing is, there's more and more pilots coming forward now. We've never seen this.
That's true. That's true.
Ever, to be
30
honest.
30 years ago, you would never hear this. They were scared.
No.
They were scared. They were scared they're going to lose their job, or as soon as they report it, they got to go to a medical report and a psych report to go, oh, you're like cuckoo malala, you know? They were scared of it. They didn't have to go through a medical report to prove that, like, you know, I'm not cuckoo malala. I saw something in the sky, big deal. Like, get over it. But they were too scared to do it, so they would never report it. I remember 30 years ago, you never heard nothing anywhere.
Anyway, Robert, we're currently live. I started it off anyway and thought I'd cover a few topics. Yeah. I thought you'd pop along probably half an hour. So I thought, we'll just cover the Blackvault stuff and what Mick West found out about it. It turns out to be irrigation strobe lights they were watching.
Okay.
Yeah. Over the area, they got. I just did a quick count of all the irrigation. Roughly, they got like 1,200, 1,400 farm irrigation on farms down there. Each of the irrigations have at least a strobe light on the end that's spinning around, but they have it every certain so many meters along. And some of those irrigation things are quite big. They could be like 5 kilometers big, you know, and rotating around. So yeah, that's what they were saying.
I think I know which event you were talking about now, but there's been multiple pilots coming forward. And I don't think it was
this
all
was Blackvault's latest one, the Kansas one.
I like your hat. I like your hat, Rob. I like your hat. That's a good one.
It's absolutely battered. It's got dog hair all over it.
You don't clean your hat, do you? I get the cat brush. My cats put hairs all over my hats and clothes. I got the cat brush with the sticky tape and sticky tape it before I go out.
He's got actually it's a dog.
Yeah,
Nikita.
He's got a big fluffy dog.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but I remember now going back to that incident now, the Kansas one of the pilots did actually say, I think this is on the ground. I remember him saying.
Well, they thought it was on wind farms, but it wasn't wind farms. Well, in fact, they were almost close as irrigation. So they're quite high up above the crop, you know. Some of those cornfields can be some of the stems of those can be up 2 meters, can't they? They can grow quite big. And
cornfields, the machines are like 5 stories high or more. You've seen the machines on a big farm, like a proper massive farm, like big scale. We're talking 5-story high machines and things like.
Yeah, you mean the
anyway? If you're gonna do the interview with your mate Rob, I'll just mute your mic and just sit back and listen what you have to say.
No, carry on. No, I'm happy to just join in.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, I thought you might have something to talk about what you've been up to there, Rob. But
there's been a lot of stuff. I'm talking to a lot of people. It's been quite hectic, really. I'm part of what's known as the Scientific Committee for UFOs now, but it's really early start. It's fledgling at the moment. We've only just sorted out a reporting form, but we've done a really good job, although Warren done most of that. But we all put our ideas in, you know?
Yeah.
You know, with classifications and that, we kind of elaborated on the Heineck classification and done our own thing, you know, to please ourselves. And, so I'm just looking forward to some reports coming in.
Looks like you're living in the clouds there with all the white background there on your camera.
It's glare off the wall, mate. Nothing I can do about it, you know.
You got the sun streaming in there or something. It's night time, so I don't know. You must have some bright lights there.
It's nearly midnight. Yeah. But I've got a very powerful bulb.
Yeah, it looks like it.
But if it turns
all the globes, you see, they're solar powered, so we need strong lighting to work. Otherwise, we don't spin.
Yeah.
If he turns the light off, then you won't see his face. His face will darken.
No, he won't.
All right,
You
so
look
that's
like
good now. Yeah. You still got those globes, or you still collecting them with the spinning? They spin around.
No, I've got 5 of them now, and that's enough. And I've got another 2 levitating, one of the moon and one of planet Earth, and I've got the 2 flying discs on the stand. You know, that double up as a speaker.
Yeah,
They're really cool. And they're only about £100 now.
yeah. It's a shame you haven't got a
them.
bookshelf of them spinning around behind you, because that looked pretty cool.
Yeah. I've got a book. One is on a bookshelf. I've got 2 bookshelves, absolutely full of books. I think I've got just about enough room for one more. This is a bungalow. It's not a big bungalow, but it's big enough for me on my own. 2 bedroom.
Yeah. That's all you need when you live alone.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, and a dog, of course. Where's your dog at the moment? Is he sleeping?
My God, that vape's producing some smoke.
Oh, this one over here.
Wow.
This one, it's a Vapresso. If you can see that, try and hold it. My camera's back to front. Sorry, I got to flip it around, but that's the Vapresso. It's got dual 18650s. It even tells me how many seconds and how many puffs I've had, up to 1,000 puff.
Well, it keeps
counter.
disappearing like it's a magic wand, but it must be your green screen effect you got going on there.
I'm just glad to stop smoking.
No, I haven't got the green screen on. It's just because the camera's got like a budget green screen. So like when I move my hands in a certain angle, they just start to disappear and stuff. But if I pop up the green screen, everything's perfect. I just have got the green screen in the spare room.
Mm-hmm. So where you from then? I need to know your name.
I'm Aussie mate. Aussie. I'm from Australia. My name's Akile. You can call me Aki.
Aki, okay,
yeah.
Sounds good to me.
We just call him as a nickname, GabberBeastTV. So I just call him Gabber because he likes to talk.
That was easy, actually.
That's my YouTube name, GabberBeast, and then my Twitch name, GabberBeast, for when I stream games. So I just put GabberBeast everywhere because I also upload videos to a video platform in China called Bilibili. I upload all my UFO videos there. I got like 200,000 plus views now or something. Like the Chinese love UFOs. Anything mysterious, alien, Area 51, they love it. You know how Chinese people are superstitious? So because they're already superstitious, they love the mystery of the UFO and the alien. My fans tell me, can you please talk about aliens and where they come from and what you've learnt researching? And I'm like, I'm in so many rabbit holes. I don't want to be known for spreading a rumor, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. Like I've been researching UFOs and aliens before there was an internet, before 1988, 89, before there was an internet or Google or anything, using a BBS modem to 2,400 baud. I'd go onto BBS systems and I'd download all the books, all the text files. That's how I found out about the Project Blue Book, Project this, Eisenhower, warning us, don't trust the military-industrial complex, all that scenario.
He's way down the rabbit hole now.
Yeah. So I printed all of this out on a dot matrix printer, with the holes on the side. My mum was worked at admin at school. She was head of admin, so I had unlimited dot matrix printer. So I printed all my own books and novels. So I started with all the original UFO grifting material. Even that stuff nobody can prove, but who knows? Like I've always looked at it since the beginning, and all the books I've read and all the hoo-has and grifters. I only believe 10% of what I hear or what I read. That way, I'm not going to fall into the rabbit hole too much.
Oh yeah, 10% you do.
Like 10%, you'll be in some rabbit holes. You'll be deep in the rabbit holes, but if you believe any more than 10%, you're never going to climb out of the rabbit hole. You're gone
Hang
forever.
on, but didn't you believe in Corey Goode until you met me?
No, I saw Corey Goode, and unfortunately watched 120 episodes of Cosmic Disclosure Part 1.
Oh,
Took
no.
me 6 months to watch it all. And then I started looking around, and everyone's like, this guy is fake. And like, I only believed like 10% of what he said. Something didn't seem right. His face looked wrong. And then I looked at like everyone doing videos exposing how he's a fraud, and he's doing all these fraudulent scams and ripping people off. And I was like, hang on, if your story was legit, you wouldn't be frauding people right now. People wouldn't be reporting you. So then I started looking at his live shows after realizing he's been conning people. And then I'd skim through some of Cosmic Disclosure and like psychologically face read. And you could tell like David Wilcock is like laughing and giggling. Corey Goode's trying not to laugh and giggle while he's saying stuff. And like the way he directs his eyes when he's telling a story, he's programmed himself to like look a certain way. So he's not doing the left eye, right eye, make your story, doing memory sort of a thing. Like, and then when I watched the live shows, I was sold. I was sold because they were just making jokes up and joking about UFO stuff in a like bad way. I was just like, if you were serious about this, you would not be cracking these immature, childish jokes and sitting there laughing at everyone. And I've just like, I've been off them ever since. It opened me up. It opened me up to the world of grifting and con artists and the frauds they're doing. They're just doing it for money.
Well,
doing it for money.
There's plenty of that going on.
Yeah.
Concerning more so-called credible researchers in the field.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about what we call, my bunch of friends, in this field, the UFO Social Club. Once you're in that, I'll never get in there. I'm too abrasive. I'm too outspoken. I'll never let me. They're promoting a lot of stuff that's. I'm extremely worried about some of these people on the MUFON experience group. Don't worry. Yeah,
I understand. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I really understand what you mean. I can see.
I don't swallow this love and light theory with aliens. I just don't see it at all. I mean, I've talked to maybe 13 or 14 people who claim to have had abduction experiences now. There's only one or two I question whether they're lying to me or not. I think one or two may have been, but the others, they didn't have a good time.
No.
There was no love and light. It traumatized them.
Yeah, I've read a lot of stories and seen a lot of people explain nightmare experiences basically.
Yeah,
and you're like, if you were faking it, if you were just trying to sell a book or sell a product or just trying to get yourself out there, you wouldn't be sharing a nightmare story because it's just too effed up. People wouldn't believe it. They got to tone it down. It's like, oh yeah, the magical aliens came with the unicorn, and we hung out at the SSP on the moon, and we did some experiments.
Let me tell you, Gabber. Yeah, a lot of the popular stories, the famous abduction cases that we all know of, they've been toned down. A lot of them have been toned down.
Yeah, definitely.
There was stuff in the first-hand account that was simply not good for human consumption, if you like.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. I understand that a lot. A lot of it's toned down and filtered because people would be shocked to know what actually went on. It would terrify them. They would lose it. They would lose it.
Yeah.
And all these healing cases where people have been miraculously cured from cancer or got over other terminal diseases since they were abducted, I'm yet to see any solid evidence for one of those so-called cases.
Yeah, those abduction cases where I'm miraculously healed of this, I've never understood them. None of it's ever made sense to me. I've just like read it and then just moved on, not even thought about it. It's just like I didn't think much of it.
Show me the doctor's report before the abduction, when
Exactly.
you were terminally ill, and
Yep.
now show me again, please,
A cleared report.
where you've been miraculously cured. None of that paperwork, that documentation even exists.
Well, especially cancer, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to prove by the doctor with blood tests and stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rob. Like those people selling those healing fantasy UFO alien abduction stories. They never provide any proof. You got to provide proof, and it's simple proof. Medical records. Everything's on medical record. The doctor's got your medical records. You can go get a test. Say, yeah, look, I'm healed now. You can prove exactly what happened, and your story would be like more believable. It was give it more legitimacy. But none of them show any evidence because they're just trying to jump on the UFO fantasy bandwagon story.
Well, I tried to show some evidence of mine, and they did actually get rid of the back pain for a wee while, and it shifted. So I don't know if they were causing the back problem or fixed it somehow, numbed the nerve system somehow. But yeah, I had that strange lump come up where the injection point was, right? And looks like Robert's disappeared. I beamed him up.
They beamed him up.
Ah, here he is.
Maybe Paul, you got anal probed, and you just thought it was back pain. They were trying to get the anal probe into your butt, but they kept probing you in the back. They kept missing the hole. They were missing the G spot.
Well, that's the reason why I believe that was more that went on than just my imagination playing strange tricks on me, because I had this lump on the back that just wouldn't go away, and it kept leaking, and it was making horrible smell. And
You should really try and find a good hypnotherapist and see if you can recall the events under hypnosis. So try and figure out.
I don't know. I just don't like the hypnosis thing.
You know, it can induce false memories.
They can induce false memories.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's people who've gone under regression and regretted it ever since.
Oh,
Alan Godfrey's was one of them.
So you're saying they like hypnotize the person and then feed them the story of what happened, and then you get a false memory.
There's always the chance that someone could use a leading question and lead you down the wrong path.
Yeah, it's dangerous. That's dangerous.
And, what did the alien with the big dark eyes look like? Do you know what I mean? That's an exaggerated point of a leading question. And yeah, I don't know. And not only that, before you go under regression, you're already thinking alien, because you've got missing time and you may have seen an entity, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, it's...
Are you yourself?
Handle it.
Rob, are you yourself an experiencer?
I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I've had multiple, say, supernatural experiences. Seen a UFO in the late 90s, and the one I don't talk about too much is I've seen an entity in my room about 5 years ago.
Like a light entity?
No, it was just it was archetypal alien grey, basically.
So flesh and blood standing there. Whoa.
Whether it was real or not, I have no idea. The first thing I felt was some pressure on my neck, like somebody pushing something just behind the earlobe here. Well, I didn't even open my eyes. I thought it was the dog's nose. I thought he was trying to wake me up to go out. So I put my hand gently out to touch the dog, put my hand on the dog's head, and I touched something. I didn't feel like the dog, mate. So now I open my eyes, head rolled over to the left. Oh, Jesus Christ, there it was. And it was moving away from me. Now I jump up in the bed and started to panic. I reached out on my left hand for the light switch while trying to grab an item of clothing. I was going to run out the house and put as much distance between me and that thing as possible. As soon as I put my hand on the socket by the light switch, it looked around straight in my eyes and
passed out.
like a voice in my head that just said, everything's okay. You can go back to sleep now. And I did. And that thing was still there. And I thought it was okay just to go back to sleep. Well, I woke up in the morning about 8 a.m. Remembered everything, all of it. Thought, Jesus Christ, searched the whole house, looked for a sign of a break-in.
Gone.
I was sat here bollock naked, chain smoking. Then there was a knock on the door. I went halfway to the door to open it, and I realised, Christ, I haven't got any clothes on. Yeah, because I was in a bit of a state of shock, to be honest. And ever since then, I have music on when I go to bed every night, because it's like, it feels like it's kind of company. So it's I'm no better for that experience, I can tell you. Whether that was real, was it a physical thing, I don't know. I'm open to other explanations. Of course.
It's funny, I was never really scared of when it happened to me. Me, it's always fight. You know, you see my reaction when I felt that something was touching my feet on that video, ghost video of mine. I was ready for fighting, you know.
To look at, you were like lashing out. So
yeah.
You can't say you weren't scared. That was like a
and it wasn't sleep paralysis. Come up from a deep sleep to punching.
Paul, I hate it when people say that.
Yeah, so do I.
Since I was 12 or 13, and how anyone can mistake that for an abduction experience, I really do not know. You wake up and you can't move for a few seconds, and you can fight your way up. That's it. You don't see anything. You don't feel any presence in the dream. I certainly haven't anyway. It can be disturbing.
Oh yeah.
But, it's not alien abduction. That's.
See, I've had dreams where I wake up from the dream, and I can't move. I'm paralyzed, and I can't scream, call mum when I had this all while I'm young, and I'm like paralyzed, and I can't move my mouth. I can't talk or scream or make a noise, and this has happened a few times, but I got no memory of like going anywhere or beings being there.
That does like sleep paralysis,
yeah. So like I can't relate it to any of that. I've had two weird experiences that I can't explain. I filmed a 7-8 foot tall being in my mother's kitchen, and in the video I'm looking up, and my ex-girlfriend of the time, she's looking up at it, and we're having a conversation with this being, and it had like a dark, long cloak on, black cloak, and it had like a head or a hat that looked like an Aztec pyramid that comes down in steps.
Wow.
And my mum, so I have a video of it. I have no memory recollection. I thought about this so many times, and I cannot recall a memory of meeting this being, talking to it. I have no memory recollection of it, but I had a video of it because I filmed it on my phone. Because there was weird paranormal stuff going on, so I grabbed the phone, pressed record, and just left it on the bench, and just continued to continue cooking dinner, having dinner. And in that video, there's this meeting. We're talking to it like, "Hey, how you going? Come in for a cup of tea. Like, what's going on?" And while we're talking to this being, the being didn't just like walk into the house or anything. It just appeared like it teleported in from somewhere or something. Just zoom, it was there, and then zoom, it was gone. It didn't like just walk in or something.
That sounded like the tall white sightings I saw.
And when I examined the video further, my mum's kitchen, the ceiling, there was a Grim Reaper in the ceiling, in the Grim Reaper with the scythe, the long scythe. There was a Grim Reaper in the ceiling, and where the kitchen bench is, that all turned into like Egypt, like stonework from Egypt. All the kitchen benches and the cupboards turned into stonework from Egypt. There was a jackal there, the jackal from Egypt, those dogs, hound dogs. There was a jackal there. There was 2 greys, not one, but 2 greys in the cupboards, 2 grey aliens with the large black eyes on a 45-degree slanted angle. And then there was like this little small pyramid sort of a structure with like a blue crystal on top of it with a blue flame coming off it, all while this was going on. So I don't have a memory experience of it, so I don't really go around telling people I'm an experiencer, but if I videoed it, does that make me an experiencer? I don't know. My mum's the experiencer. She got abducted when she was young. My mother got abducted when she was in Finland, and it was a traumatic experience. She said it was very traumatic, and she never wants to recall it. She doesn't want to do nothing to remember whatever happened.
A lot of people have that reaction. They go into denial. They don't want it brought up. They want nothing to do with it ever again. There's a dark moment in their life, and they want to move on from it.
Yeah, like my mother says she talks about aliens to me. This is where my interest in aliens and UFOs came from, because like a caring son wanting to know, what's going on. What did you aliens do to my mum? Why'd you put her in the UFO? You know what I mean? So my research has been like just wanting to know what happened, what was going on. Is my mum okay? He's looking after my mum as a caring son, sort of a thing. That's how I've gone into it. And she's told me aliens visit her while she's sleeping. My dad would be next to her, paralyzed. He can't do anything. She's paralyzed. She can't speak. She can't scream. She can't do anything. But she would have like blue balls of light that would come into the room, just go through the walls. These blue balls of light would come into the room, and she said those were the good aliens that were coming to visit me. And she's said there's visited her, many times over the years. And the time she got abducted, she was young. She was in Finland, and it was at the time when everyone was into science fiction, Star Trek and Lost in Space and all that.
How young was she?
Teens, young, like mid-teens or something. Not very, not like 4 or 5, but like in her teens. And she used to go out in the fields, because we own large farms in Finland. She'd go out in the fields and meditate. It's like, aliens come get me, trying to communicate with the aliens. I want to come for a ride in your UFO. And eventually, she's somehow meditating and trying to contact them. The aliens got her one night, because she woke up in nothing but her nightie. It's minus 30, minus 40 degrees Celsius in Finland in winter. She had no shoes on, and she woke up, and she's walking down to the farm in the snow in minus 30 degrees Celsius with no shoes on, with nothing on but a nightie. And then there was a big saucer there, and she said a light came down, and she started going up into the light. The light started, and she was going up into the light to go into the saucer, and she could see the farm below. And then that's when she got this gut feeling that where she was going was no good, or something bad was going to happen. How you get that gut feeling, that premonition that you shouldn't be going where you're going, turn around. But it was too late. She's going up in the light towards the UFO, and she started screaming and panicking halfway going up in the light. She's not in the UFO yet, and she's screaming and panicking and going, I don't want this. I don't want nothing to do with you. Put me back down. Put me back down. But nah, it was too late then. It was like, see you later. And then she has no memory of the incident after that, and she knows something bad happened because what her gut told her and the feelings, and she's like doesn't want to know what happened. It's like she won't tell me anymore. Doesn't want to talk about it after that.
Yeah.
One of the worst
people
spreading this Northern Light stuff is Preston Dennett. I called him out one day. I said, have you got any evidence for all this Love and Light stuff?
It's a joke.
Everybody I've talked to had a good time. Where's your evidence? Of course, I never got a response today.
Nothing. Crickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's very hard to collect evidence, though. I've had the files go missing.
No, it's not, Paul. Not if it's physical evidence of someone being cured of a terminal disease.
Oh, the cure ones, yes, I agree. That's documented in hospital reports or whatever. But getting evidence of being beamed up in a beam of light, you know, the aliens somehow can mess around with their technology and make it hard.
There's these stories as well of people suddenly having no musical talent and they can play guitar and what have you. You know,
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
What the hell's that all about? Do aliens like music? I don't know. And
Do aliens like music?
Well, it's a good question, actually. They probably do, because we like music.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, how many people have been taken onto a spaceship and have got a stereo in the background going, you know, come on.
Yeah, that's true.
It's ridiculous for me. But QQ was saying there about the Betty and Barney Hill encounter.
Yeah, Cuvid's asking.
Well, I think it's one of those few cases with physical evidence because the car was magnetized. And
Magnetized cow. Magnetized cow. Magnetized cow.
The car.
Oh, the car got magnetized. Yeah.
Magnetized, yeah.
That's the first I've heard that. Was that suppressed, was it, that information about the magnetized car? Because I don't remember seeing that in the report.
If you look for it. Yeah, there was also circular patches on the boot side. Yeah, where the paint had faded. And that was the place where the compass was spinning.
Right.
It could have been better documented than it was, but there we go. Lots of missed opportunities in ufology.
And that sounds just like Patient 15, where they had plastic forks in the drawer that got magnetized after a alien abduction event. And they've actually got it on video. They recorded it. Of course, the magnetism in the plastic wears off after time and it goes back to normal. But you shouldn't be able to magnetize plastic, full stop. We can't do it. So it means that they've got some advanced technology that somehow magnetizes things, including trees outside were magnetized and a fiberglass boat. And that was on Patient 15.
Well, if the craft itself is giving off a powerful EM effect, that could be the reason why that's happening. And it's not the only time. Quite often with UFO landings, compass is spinning in the circle where it landed.
Right.
It's not unheard of. It's quite well documented. You know.
British and American RAF pilots from UFO reports I've seen that have been released. They release stuff after 50 years of World War II, a lot of RAF pilots, because after 50 years, a lot of classified stuff becomes declassified. So that's why I saw an explosion of all these military reports. A lot of the RAF pilots report all their instruments going haywire when they would have what they called, they nicknamed them the Foo Fighters, when the balls of light would come near their Spitfires and aeroplanes and stuff.
Cambion was saying on the last live show, though, that some scientists reckon that's in the early days they had stronger beams of microwave on their radar system, and where the different radar beams intersected, they caused plasma balls, which is a possibility. Balls. Yeah, which they call Foo Fighters, right?
If there's possibility, you gotta look at all the possibilities. You gotta look at everything, you know.
Well,
that's the first I've heard of that.
Okay, Paul, can just get in there quickly now. We're going back to what Gabber said there about aircraft in close proximity to UFOs, blah blah. There have been cases when the wings of the plane have been magnetized.
Whoa.
It's not often. It's not often, but it's happened.
Right.
That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which sounds more than just plasma passing by them in that case.
Yeah, but another thing, going back to Betty and Barney Hill, what I don't trust about that is, again, the regression.
Yeah.
I don't really trust that.
What don't you trust? What don't you trust about Barney? Hypnosis. Yeah.
Regression, yeah. That part of the story seems really bizarre, and we can't trust all of that. Maybe some of it, I don't know, but
yeah.
But the story did come out quite similar.
But Plus Stan Romanek, which everybody hates now, but
yeah.
he did make a story up that he was returned with his clothes inside out and backwards or something, and also a woman's nightgowns, and he didn't know who it was. And then he was talking to Kathleen Martin, and he said, "Did Betty ever lose a nightgown? Because I got one here of so and so," and she said, "Not on." Not the first case, but she's had other accounts of the aliens visiting and taking her since, which we don't hear about, of course. And she did actually lose her dressing gown, or 90, or whatever it was called. And so we never really see any more about that discussion, whether he went to her house, returned it, and said, well, have it analysed, is that really hers, and all that sort of stuff. We only get half a story all the time. But if it's true, that gives validation to Betty and Barney Hill's story, and it also gives validation to Stan Romanek at the same time, you see. So you think they would actually do the best to actually take that gown and get it tested and make it public, you know, because it benefits both of them. But that's the problem I have with all these people that he's writing books and doing movies, and she's writing books and doing movies, you know, and they're making money out of it. And the real science and investigation is lost in the meantime. And
well, the only book in Barney Hill was Intercepted Journey, John Fuller.
Yeah. But she's meant to have written another one since. I can't remember what it was called. Where Stan Romanek, not Stan Romanek, Stanton Freeman did a foreword word or something in it, or a chapter on it.
Oh, yeah, the star map. The star map.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much stock I put into that, you know.
Yeah.
I think that was a case of trying to get a little bit more selling of the book, and I think Stanton was probably behind that, to be honest, you know.
Yeah. Too much grifting.
Yeah, well, it's the field is rife for that, unfortunately. It's like you know, the Pascagoula incident now with Calvin Parker.
Yeah.
There's another book out now which is like
right.
You don't know if these new witnesses are genuine or whether they're just trying to drag themselves into the story, you know. It's but it's another payday, isn't it? Actually, Calvin Parker's very unwell at the moment. Looks like he's going to go into a hospice. He's terminally ill.
Is he?
So that's very sad, actually. But I think the Pascagoula case was a genuine case.
Yeah.
And that tape from the police station, that that done it for me. I was told on the case then. They had no knowledge they were being recorded. In fact, it was illegal what the police were doing. But it's happy days that tape actually seen the light of day in the end, because it added a whole new layer of credibility to the case.
Yeah.
The Pascagoula case, is that the one in South America?
No. Pascagoula was in Mississippi.
Mississippi. Oh, okay.
1973.
1973. I'll have to have a look at that. I'll have to have a reading of that.
I got all the recordings enhanced on my website and episodes if you want to listen to it. The hypnosis.
I'd like to look at that another time. That'd be great.
Yep, they're all up there on my site. I did some audio Audacity on it, so to get rid of terrible recordings back then. We're sport nowadays, I think, and we're still not quite happy. Even with the cameras, still not good enough. We want military grade cameras, which we get shitty footage from them. When they got the best technology, they should have better than HD in their camera pods, and I bet they do have.
Yes, they do.
We're not going to get anything. we're not going to get any good cameras for another 10 years. Look at the technology we have. It's the way it evolves is like primitive. It's like Flintstones. It's just pathetic.
Well, the technology is there, but they just leak it out slowly. Apparently,
the military's had supercomputers back in the 70s and the 80s, and then now they're we got supercomputers. I'm like, it's 2023 almost. Like, please.
They got quantum computers as well now.
Now they got quantum. They can decode all the Bitcoin transactions and rob the entire crypto world if they wanted to.
Yeah, they could, probably.
But they've got other sensors as well. EM sensors, acoustic sensors.
Very advanced stuff. Very advanced.
Yeah. But eventually, that kind of stuff is going to become available to the general public. And I think maybe that's one of the reasons why we're getting this drip disclosure at the moment. Although I feel they've been trying to walk it back a bit recently. It's a bad case of old classification. They can't even tell us the shape of the damn UFOs. Do you know what I mean? How is that going to?
They can't tell us the shape of the UFOs. What's wrong with them?
Yeah, I know. It's classified. Sorry.
Classified? We pay your wages. You're supposed to defend us because you're the military, and we pay your wages, and like we would do everything you say. If something's bad's going to happen and we need to defend our homes, we're signing up. Just keep feeding rounds into me. I'll keep the enemy at bay. I'll fight for my country. But you're not going to tell us what's going on. Where's the transparency? When you work for us, we pay your bills.
It's always been the case with UFOs. It's a can of worms, and they don't want to open it.
I think the problem is, when I've thought about it, I've looked at if you look at all the hit wars we've had throughout history, going back to King Alexander, Egypt wars they had there, you go back to the Romans and stuff. Whatever army had the newest technology won the war and conquered all of Europe, basically. Be it I think it was Egypt or Alexander had the chariots. They put a chariot to the horse and they dominated the battlefield. One piece of technology dominated the battlefield. And then the next army comes along with another piece of technology they invented and they dominate the battlefield. And we're still in that battlefield mentality today because the UFOs have technology we haven't got. So they want to use their technology so they can always dominate the battlefield. It's just
then there's the Jace song. Yeah, I mean, don't tell me the Russians and the Chinese aren't looking into this. Damn right they are.
Yeah. Just before we move on too far, Gabber's actually got the video on a hard drive that's died. It was a USB drive that doesn't function anymore. It might be still on the hard drive.
It was a 4 terabyte. I had it on my computer. My computer got stolen, and I got the computer back minus the hard drives. But it's on a 4 terabyte Seagate external hard drive that just turned off one day.
So I reckon it can be repaired, and you might better get that footage of these Egyptian aliens. Maybe you can arrange that between you and Rob, because he's now part of that scientific research group.
Yeah. It might be a good thing. I could send it to someone that could replace the platters and give them a couple $100.
I reckon you could just pull out the drive and just connect it straight to your computer, because it's exactly the same inside as what you have on a PC.
I did that. I tore it out of the hard drive enclosure, and I plugged the hard drive straight into the PC, and it doesn't turn on.
That might be just a circuit board actually on the hard drive that you can replace with from another hard drive, and it might come alive again. But it's funny how people get all these videos, right, where you got the evidence and suddenly something goes wrong with the device, or the file gets corrupted or disappears.
I got another fantastic UFO video on that hard drive too. This was from 2011. I lived on Jervis Bay on the New South Wales eastern coast, 50 meters from the beach, on a 2-story house, so we can see the whales and the dolphins swim past. So so we can see like all the way to like New Zealand through the ocean on the horizon. One night, I was having a cigarette after dinner, and there was this ball of light out in the ocean, and I was like, "That's a weird light." So I got the phone out and I propped it up on the railing so it's stable, and I zoomed in, pressed record. It was only 720p. It was like a Nokia N8 phone. Come on,
Is that a cat in the way?
Yeah, she's sticking her butt in the camera. And I filmed it. I started filming it, and when I zoomed in on the camera, it wasn't a ball of light. It was three smaller lights, and they were spinning around each other like you know the atom symbol or the nuclear symbol. You know how the three things spin around. It was three small balls of light spinning around. I don't know if there was something in the middle, but they were spinning around like there was you could imagine an invisible ball in the middle. They were spinning around it, and it was coming towards the house. And I was like, no way, this is amazing. And it was coming straight towards my house. And I was like, oh my God, look, it's getting closer, it's getting closer. It's coming towards the house. And my ex-girlfriend started screaming at me, get inside the house, that UFO's coming to get us. I'm not going anywhere, I'm staying here, I'm recording the UFO, you go inside. She started screaming, getting hysterical, panicking. And I was just like, I stopped recording and went inside the house just because I got sick of her screaming. She went hysterical, just flipped. So I went inside the house just to calm her down because she just flipped out. There's nothing I could do, screaming at me. I should have just kept the screaming and just filmed the UFO. We went inside the house, and not a couple minutes later, the entire house started shaking, and all I could hear was this low humming noise similar to like
washing machine.
like a washing machine on the low cycle. And we looked at each other, and I was like, that UFO's above our house. She's like, you're not going out there. Like, I'm not scared, I'll go out there. She's like, no, you're just protecting me, you're staying in here. And I got like old World War II samurai swords from Japan and stuff, that the Anzacs, or the Anzacs and that captured off the Japanese officers during World War II. So like I've always got a World War II samurai sword sitting next to my bed. So I'm like, well, they're not coming in here, they're going to get chopped. And yeah, the whole house was shaking. This went on for a few minutes. Then what happened next? Try to remember. I think we just passed out and went to sleep. I don't actually remember. I don't actually remember staying awake after that.
I think that's like an EMF burst, and it overloads your mind, and your mind just shuts down.
Yeah, well, it can cause confusion, disorientation,
nausea.
Yep. Maybe that's why I'm sick all the time. I don't realise what's going on, maybe. But anyway, Cuvid's got another question there for the Betty and Barney Hill, I think.
Yeah, the star map. I've got just a few words to say on this. Compelling, but not conclusive. The map turned out to be semi-accurate. But then again, if it was done from regression, it wasn't going to be technically super duper accurate. So yeah, it's interesting. That's how I see it. But again, it's not conclusive. It's not the evidence we really want. But
yeah, wasn't it your lovely man that you like? Was his name Carl Croft, or someone tried to debunk it? Was it?
Oh, Carl Croft. Oh God, the whole website dedicated to all his lies and frauds.
Yeah,
and he's
and he works with Cambion, doesn't he? He works with Cambion still, doesn't he?
Jeez, I mean, Cambion seem alike with him now, but I don't know. But yeah, he's. I had a debate a few months ago. Jeez, man, he's hard work.
Wasn't it the one that did the paintball gun thing? Was that the same guy?
Oh, he put up a photo of himself claiming he was out with the reserves, fighting in Afghanistan or Iraq. I think it was Iraq.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't quote me. So he put a photo of himself up with his mates, and he's holding this gun, and he's in this full khaki uniform. Anyway, Kevin Randall looked at the gun, didn't recognise it. So sent it to a few friends. It turned out it was a paintball gun.
Who did this?
That's how much of a bullshitter Cal Korff is.
Carl Koff. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Didn't that German guy? What's his name with the trash can lids he throws in the sky and hangs up on trees and string?
Oh, jeez.
Didn't he do the same thing? He got like a paintball. He got like a toy gun, and he's told, "Look, the aliens gave me a laser gun, and we shot it in the tree." And he's like showing the laser wound in the tree, and I'm just like, you can just tell it's a toy. You can tell it's a toy that he glued together.
Yeah, but Cal Korff, it's just to make this clear, is a debunker.
Yeah.
He touches the Betty and Barney Hill story.
Yeah.
He basically says that Betty Hill was a lunatic because she's seen ghosts. That's one of his reasons saying it's not credible. Well, I said to Carl, I've seen ghosts.
Yeah, so have I.
I on my UFO report then, should I? He didn't get back. I sent an email as well. That was
his class due is crazy, probably.
Plenty of people see ghosts. It's not like normal anymore.
No. I think probably all the TV shows have made that more, public commonplace stuff now, isn't it? So catching it on thermal's the next thing. I think I have to get a thermal camera next. But yeah, another thing is recently I heard Bob Lazar making claims now, which I've never heard before, that he was forced to drink some liquid and it wiped his memory. This sounds like a big cover-up and embellishment happening here, because I've seen most of his videos and I don't even remember him talking about drinking some special liquid.
I don't like that Bob. I don't like that Bob Lazar at all. I don't like him one little bit.
Nor do I, although I use his company quite often.
But he walks around with an Uzi 9mm in his glove box. What's that got to do with UFOs?
Yeah, he's quite an unsavory character, actually, when you look into him. I mean,
he owned a brothel. He owned a brothel down the road from the TV reporter. Oh, by the way, I owned a brothel. What? I thought you were like alien guy.
Did Nat
Area 51.
Nat got mates rates, I'm sure.
He got mates rates. only $20 for a rug and tug.
Anyway, did you hear about that drinking liquid thing? It's only been posting around UFO Twitter lately, and I thought that's the first I've heard of it.
No, I don't want nothing to know about anything Bob Lazar says. I just avoid him and ignore him.
Exactly, Gabber. If anybody posts anything promoting him on my UFO group, they're gone.
Don't you give him a warning first? Or is it in the rules?
No, I should put it in the rules, to be honest. I can't stand Bob Lazar.
Yeah. There's a lot of hoo-ha about the S4 new location a year ago, was it now?
What does it matter? What does it really matter if where the location is? Who gives a F where the S4 location is? No one cares. Does nothing.
Doesn't prove anything.
There's more important questions that need to be asked. No, but they're like misdirecting everyone onto things that are insignificant, that do nothing, that mean nothing, that helps nobody. It's all. I think it's all part of their little misdirection agenda.
How anybody that claims to have critical thinking can ignore that many red flags? I mean, there's more red flags in a communist parade with that guy, and people still believe the story. People still believe him.
That's a lot of red flags.
That's a lot of red flags.
I've seen the communist parade. That's a hell of a lot of red flags.
Yeah.
There's an article called Bob Lazar's Litany of Lies and Whoppers. If you type that into Google, you'll find it straight away. Bob Lazar's Litany of Lies and Wonders. It's a long article, and it absolutely tears his story to bits.
Yep.
You see, I have to do that on my UFO channel in Bilibili. I've been posting my UFO videos there for 2 years, 200k views. I got a strong community, and they talk a lot, and they ask a lot of really difficult alien questions. And they're asking me, this alien, that alien, what does the mantis alien do? And I sit there going, oh God, how am I going to answer these questions? Oh, Corey Goode, we love Corey Goode. And I got to sit there and I got to translate it back into Chinese to communicate with my Chinese community. But I will sit there. I'm active with the community because I respect them, and they're, got a nice little, we talk about stuff together. People talk about their UFO experiences, but as soon as somebody says Corey Goode this or David Wilcock that, I turn around and tell them straight away, no, these are bad guys. They're very no good bad guys. All my friends done many research. They're telling lies and stories. Please do not believe the lies they are telling. Like I'll sit there and go out of my way and spend an hour or two doing comments every time I upload a new video, just to tell people who's fake and who's got an interesting story to tell. Like, we can't prove it, we have no evidence, but it's an interesting story. We have to have an open mind. But these really fraudulent people, they're like 2,000% fraudulent. I'm waking up a lot of Chinese people to who the frauds are. Like, I don't mind doing it. I don't mind doing it. Yeah, I don't mind doing it. I'm doing it for free. What I get paid for in views is like pennies. So I don't do this for money. I just do this to like set people straight, so they can stop researching garbage material and look elsewhere and research something that's going to be more beneficial to them, so they can actually learn something instead of learning lies. Because the more lies you learn, the worse it gets. Because then when you look at truth, you can't see the truth because your mindset is stuck on the lies. It's like this could never be truth because all these lies seem like truth. You know what I mean? It like ruins someone who's trying to research the area or wants to know about the topic or wants to know about something particular,
And it could put them off for life when they suddenly realise they took a wrong turn down that rabbit hole. They won't want anything to do with the subject again.
Exactly, my friend.
2 minutes, guys.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Yeah, so it's been a very interesting conversation. I've learned a few things.
Yeah, Rob's
always learn something.
Rob's got probably the biggest UFO book collection of anybody.
he's deeper in more rabbit holes than we could ever imagine.
Well, I don't know if he's in rabbit holes.
Not anymore. Not anymore. The more research you've done, the more research you do, the more you've realized
how much has been embellished or bullshit.
Exactly. Excuse me. Yeah, it wakes you up, so you can spot the lies much easier, and all the fantasy stories. But it's a lot of books and a lot of interviews and stories you have to delete in your brain, basically.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen any evidence of Stargates. I've heard plenty of stories about them, and really, when did the Stargate stuff come up? First of all, was it after the TV series or before it?
I think it was. I think after Stargate SG9 with Richard. Yeah. Was it Richard Wilkins with Richard Anderson, the guy from MacGyver?
Yeah.
I think after that story came out, people were like, "Oh, we can add this to our UFO fantasy story, and people will believe us."
Yeah, I think it. I don't remember hearing anything about Stargates way before then.
Dr. Eyebrows, Dr. Big Eyebrows.
There's a few of them.
Dr. Sala, he's pushing those Stargate stories a lot. He's getting people in, saying they did all this time travel experiments. And there's a Stargate from here to there. There's a Stargate from here to the moon. There's a Stargate at the Montauk Project to the moon. There's a Stargate at Pine Gap in Australia, Pine Gap to Mars or something. Those that Dr. Sala is always pushing these Stargate time traveling stories all the time now.
You seem to be a wee bit out of sync there, Gabber. Maybe just drop in and out again.
Yeah. Wait a sec. Let me try. I'm gonna fix this up.
It's not too bad, but yeah, on the big screen I'm noticing it.
How about now? Is that better? Is it out of sync now?
Yeah, it's still out of sync. Yeah,
it's still out of sync. I'm gonna drop out and drop in again.
Yeah, I think that will do it.
Yeah, all right. I'll try dropping out and in.
He's coming back. Yeah, his Egyptian encounter is a really strange one. That's the first time I've heard of a abduction case or an alien visit like that. That's that's a very unique story, as far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to know a bit more about that, to be honest.
Yeah, you did tell more on one of my episodes, but you probably didn't miss it.
Hello, hello.
Maybe. Hello, hello. Is
that better? Is that in sync?
Yeah, I think so. I think that might be in sync now.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. So. Sweet.
Yeah, and it's
only
working
one
good
side's
again.
got more resolution than the other.
Yeah. Yeah, so you didn't actually answer. So that Bob Lazar drinking liquid, have you ever heard of that before, or is that something new that popped on to try and make a cover story for him, to try and sell something?
Do you know what? I think the first time I heard of that was around about 12 months ago, you know.
Right.
Yeah,
so it's something new that's been tacked on then.
Has it come via, Jeremy Corbell? Because he's been seeing startling new evidence.
Oh, no. Not that guy.
Yeah,
not that guy.
Can't bear that flaming guy.
No, I can't stand him either.
I never liked him. I never liked him. I haven't listened to 1 minute of anything he's ever said. I think Paul makes me watch something of his for like 5 minutes and tortures me sometimes. I can't watch anything he says.
No, you're thinking of Goof on. We're talking about Corbell.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't like Corbell. Do not like him one little bit.
No. He's tortured me. Yeah.
I like to torture people.
What I think of Jeremy Corbell is, he was getting all these videos off the Navy.
Yeah, they were crap, weren't they?
The guy is a useful idiot. That's it. That's all
he is. Yeah. Useful for disinformation.
He'll put that out. He'll put his name to it. We'll just hand all this garbage to Jeremy Corbell and watch him knock it out.
Yep.
That's what they do. That's what they do. They feed these guys disinformation, and then they probably sit in their YouTube channel and send donations over, because then they don't have to do the work. They just got paid. They got paid to send the disinformation out. They're making Corbell do all the work. They've already got their paycheck. So like, here's $50, Corbell. Here's $100. You know, they've already got 20,000, 50,000. Who knows how much money they're getting paid to make the disinformation? Oh, here's $20, Corbell. They're like his little puppet. He's their little puppet.
Well, yeah.
He's a very willing participant. I think,
and he can't answer a straight question either. He's got to answer a question with a question and all that, or whatever it's called.
I never liked him from that time, the way he spoke to Stanton Tree.
Yeah.
My favorite would have to be Third Phase of Moon. Their fake suntans is amazing. The fake suntan. They live in Hawaii, yet they still have to use bronzing solution fake suntan, but you live in Hawaii. Are you kidding me? Well, like what? Third Phase of Moon love me. They love me. I put the video that got banned and pulled down off YouTube that exposed them. I put it on my Billy channel. I got like 16,000 views. I think we're up to now. I got the most views out of everybody. Everyone in China knows Third Phase of Moon are fake. Everybody knows in China. Third Phase of Moon, they love me. I translated the video. I spent like 3 days translating the video so the Chinese text would come up properly.
If you look at their Social Blade stats, it's taken a big dive there. They're just barely keeping about. They only got 6,000 views the other day. 6,000 views. They're dying. People, you notice he's changed how he talks now in videos slightly, and when he talks about videos, he's very careful. Oh, we think it's a balloon, blah blah, but they never do any analysis, But they're very careful now how they say things. They're a bit more careful since those documentaries and Cambian attack happened. But yeah, I never liked Corbell either. He always seemed a wee bit arrogant to me on all different interviews of different people that he's been with, and he never answers a straight question. So to me, that was like someone that's bullshitting to me straight away. I got the bullshitting right straight off Corbell when he first come on the scene, and yet all these other people, the bigwigs, you know, Rojas and who was else, Martin Willis, you know, we're all thinking great of him, and also, you know, Mufon and Earl Grey was thinking good of him, and I thought, what the hell?
Willis, I'm not sure about that, because Martin Willis certainly does not believe the Bob Lazar spiel. 1,000,000%.
Yeah, I'm just talking about Corbell, not Bob, exactly. But
yeah, I don't think that Martin Willis has much to do with Corbell either, you know. I'm not sure that Joe does any more, but he certainly did. Because when I think we were both on his group, weren't we, Open Minds? And he used to say, "Oh, he's my mate," quite often.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's one of the reasons I got banned, because I called Corbell and Lazar the Muppet Show, and I got banned for that. Well, I mean, I can understand why I got banned. That was an insult to Muppets, really. Yeah, I mean, those guys, if you start associating with them, you're not credible yourself. Your credibility gone then.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. Even Dolan has gone down the deep tube, isn't he? You know, everybody's gone right down the rabbit hole.
Oh, God, here we go with that Wilson leak again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Wasn't there something new? I don't really follow it anymore because I just think it's just a waste of brain cells.
Yeah, it is. There's a guy recently now that's added some credibility to the leak.
Oh no!
Yeah, I know it's and that's created a whole new bunch of podcasts about the leak. So it's there's two big waste of times in ufology. That's UFO photos and leak documents.
Yeah,
absolute waste of time, because you can never ever prove any of them.
Yeah, not with a photo. No.
Argue back and forth. They fall out with each other. Things get nasty. It's always the same. Leaked documents, no good.
What's your feeling on Michael Schratt? Because I don't like the guy personally.
Jeez, yeah, but he's fallen for some stuff in the past, hasn't he? J-Rod, I think. J-Rod, the alien that was apparently piloting an F-18. Michael Schratt believed it.
Really?
He promoted it. Yeah, until he realised he was being fed a load of bullshit. Yeah,
that's a Photoshop.
I know it is. He damaged his credibility by then. So he's an interesting guy. He's a nice guy, but he also believes that we cracked anti-gravity in the 1950s. Well, it's 2022 now. I'm not seeing any evidence of that. You know, it was only a few months ago we sent man to the space station in a big dumb chemical firework, and then dropped him off in a bean can in the ocean. And picked him up in a boat that had a propeller. Doesn't sound particularly anti-gravity to me.
No.
And the rocket keeps leaking. The fuel keeps leaking. They can't even launch.
No, that's
What is this Malacca rocket ship? Malacca's made that rocket ship. It's leaking fuel. Like, that's the most important thing. If your rocket ship leaks fuel, everything's gone. If that explodes, the whole launch pad's gone. The astronauts are gone. All your expensive satellites that cost billions of dollars gone. Everything gone. How can you have a leaking fuel? I don't know. It's giving me space. Our space. I don't know what you call it. What we're doing in space is giving me the biggest headache. I don't watch nothing NASA. NASA says something. I don't look at it. I don't understand how primitive they are. It's just They think they're so good, but the rocket's leaking. Oh, we can't go this week. The rocket's leaking, love. We'll go next week, you know? NASA, what are you doing?
Yeah, and NASA, now with this new UFO program, do you honestly believe, does anybody honestly believe you're going to get a straight answer from NASA? Was it Stanton Friedman who said NASA never a straight answer?
Never a straight answer.
They're not going to tell you anything. And people say it's a civilian organization. But its roots in the military-industrial complex, and that's what people need to realize.
Exactly. People don't know what NASA was before NASA became NASA. They don't look at it.
Yeah, exactly. No. Yeah, they might turn around like the Combon Committee and say, look, nothing to see here. I don't see nothing good coming from that investigation. Nothing at all.
Oh.
You've got the James Obergs of NASA as well. he's been debunking UFOs for decades now. The whole time you got people like that in the organisation. I mean, the only people who have spoke out is, Edgar Mitchell, Divitz, people who've seen stuff in space, Gordon Cooper, of course, but I realised a little bit about Gordon Cooper now and the way he had this habit of writing himself into stories, and I don't see him as credible as I used to. That was a little bit of a blow, actually, to me when I talked to a guy called Jan Aldrich. If you don't know who he is, you really should do. He's considered the world's leading UFO historian. He's 75 now. His birthday was about a month ago, and he started looking into this when he was 18. He's got a website called Project 1947. He's also been working with Barry Greenwood and David Marler on archiving and digitizing millions of pages of UFO documents. So, and he told me some stuff about Cooper that I felt sick. I always thought that guy was a little bit of a hero, coming out and saying what he has said. But now I've realised that Cooper was kind of writing himself into the story, and he wasn't even in some of the places that he claimed to have been at the time,
Really? You sure that's not disinformation about him?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And there was a video, a 2-hour video, where he was talking about an alien being taken into a plane from Mexico to the United States, and really outlandish stories about a scientist came down to his house and dematerialized and rematerialized a dog in front of his eyes. And I thought, hold on, this is going way too far. And I thought at the time, well, he was very elderly then. It was just before he died. And I thought he's probably lost the plot a little bit. His earliest.
That's what I'm kind of saying. Yeah. No? So, because later on, I think he sort of lost it a wee bit because he was believing some of Billy Meyer's bullshit too, wasn't he? And,
Billy Meyer.
Yeah, he was talking about Billy Meyer at a dinner party, and someone was it's up on the YouTube somewhere, where he's talking about that he believed that Billy Meyer was getting alien visitors and all that sort of stuff. And I thought, no, Cooper, what's happened to you? But I thought maybe the credible stuff of his was maybe when he's mid-30s downwards, and anything, and anything above 35 was a bit more dodgy. But he was the one that did actually tell that treasure hunting family that he gave all his stuff to before he died of those secret maps, or of that secret mission. And he's the only one that said that NASA had a secret mission, and only 5 in the whole organisation knew about it. And even when it was launched, no one had any clue or when it come back. So that was well organised. So, it's a bit like MUFON. You got a lot of good people in it, but there's also a few bad eggs in it as well that can keep secrets.
Yeah,
And
there's a lot of good people in MUFON. There's no question about that. No question at all.
But there's also bad characters in it.
Well, you've got a bit of a lunatic fringe in there as well.
They're a bit of a cult, aren't they?
Project 1947. This is a pretty cool website.
Oh yes, that's Jan Aldridge for you, and it's wow. You can spend months on that. Everything you'll find on that is credible information. He was also with Moncap as well.
Are there any other websites that are good to have a look at or research that you know of?
Okay,
that are pretty decent?
Now, if I'm looking at UFO sightings, especially the earlier ones, I always check NICAP. If in doubt, check NICAP.
NICAP? All right, I posted the link for Project 1947 in Paul's chat. So NICAP's a good website to look at.
Yeah, I think, oh God, what was NICAP again? National Investigative Committee for Aerial Phenomena. NICAP.
Okay. National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena.
They'll actually open, but they no longer investigate cases. They were kind of infiltrated by the CIA in the early 70s, and they sacked Keyhole. That was pretty much the end of NICAP. They were skint by then as well.
It says it's on vault.fbi.gov.
Oh, I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
I think a lot of UFO groups get infiltrated, though, but not just by CIA, but probably FBI too.
100%.
So there might be, you might be making a friend of someone on your Facebook who's probably a CIA, what do you call it, mole that sifts information back to them, tries to get on the inside, and maybe tries to bring down the whole thing after that, causes trouble.
Yeah. Well, it's not just that. They're gathering information that comes into the group as well. So it's information gathering, rather than just trying to destroy the group. Now,
because they want to know the sightings, don't they? They want to know the stories that they're not hearing.
Of course they do. They want the data, and they're sending that back. Now, Okenhauter was the director of the CIA, and he was in a prominent position at NICAP. So, you've only got to look at the personnel that were involved.
So what's your feeling on Lue Elizondo? Because that's still seems all part of the same thing to me.
Oh God! Here we go.
I'm done with the guy. Absolutely done with the guy. Q always said he must have been last year now. He came on for a bit and he didn't like him. I was on the fence with him for a long time. And now I'm totally done with him.
How did you even get on the fence with him? How did you even get on that fence with him?
Well, you have to say things improved ever since, when was it, December 2017. Yeah. But I never trusted him because...
I never trusted him. The first thing I heard of him, I just didn't trust him. I had this feeling that he's BS. Don't even listen to anything else he has to say. And I ignored him, but everyone else was like, "Oh, we love you, Lue Elizondo. This is amazing." And I'm like, "Why are people liking him?" I don't get it. And then all this, all the dominoes fell down afterwards.
Well, what finished it off for me completely, why I think there's no credibility there whatsoever now, was that Jeremy Gowan interview. Well, actually, his articles. I think there was 4 articles he done in total.
Yeah.
He got totally sucked in by Zondo.
He did.
Yeah, consciousness and
the other guy, Sean Cahill. Sean Cahill, that's the other guy.
Yeah.
Cahill.
They're talking about all this what I call contact in the desert nonsense, consciousness and with no evidence. Stargates and secret space program.
secret space program, slaves on Mars, slaves on the moon, on Saturn. It just keeps going on and on and on. It's just unbelievable.
But you still have
Stargates, time travel. They're pushing Stargates and time travel at the moment.
Let Rob say.
Yeah, I know it's nonsense. Yet you still have to admit, since that New York Times article came out in December 2017, we're in a better place now than we were up until then. And that was all the ATIP revelation, which of course involves Zondo and Christopher Mellon and all the other spooks like Jim Semivan and Hal Putoff. And well, it's the same old people time and time again. They were the same people that were involved in Skinwalker Ranch and Bigelow and Nids and Bass, Eric Davis, another one. I honestly think there is some kind of a drip disclosure going on, but it's government sponsored disclosure, and you have to remember that they're going to tell you what they want you to hear. So
exactly, it's filtered to meet their agenda. So their agenda they got to make sure their agenda, gets fulfilled. Boom.
Yes, but there's another thing. There's a lot of people turning around and say, "Oh, what they're going to do? They're going to feed us a fake alien invasion story." Now that's nonsense. If the DoD want money, they only have to make up a set about China. They don't have to open a can of worms about aliens, for God's sakes. That's no way. That's a silly way to get money. And also, there's another idea that it's a cover for new technology that's about to come out. Well, I'm still not really seeing it. And the longer it goes on, I think that's more and more unlikely as well.
Yeah.
What about William Cooper, Bill Cooper?
Oh, Bill
America.
Yep.
Yeah. What are your
the
feelings
conspiracy
on
man?
Some of the things he's said?
Well, he thinks the driver shot Kennedy.
He does. He had the video and everything. I saw the video. He showed up in one of his live conferences.
His book sold over 1 million copies, made him a fortune. Behold the Pale Horse, I believe.
Behold the Pale Horse, that's it. Yeah, I read that book. That was like one of the first books I read after communion. I bought the book Communion by Whitley Strieber from my mother. And then I bought Behold the Pale Horse back in the 90s. Yeah, I don't know too much of it. Some of the stuff's hard to follow. He doesn't explain it very well. Then you listen to his conferences, and most of his 2-hour, 3-hour speeches are nothing about the Illuminati and the globalists and all the Illuminati history and what the Illuminati's doing. And then he dabbles a little bit about UFO, but
and then he had the FBI raid. Was it FBI or CIA? He had an FBI raid, I think it was, and then he ended up getting shot.
He had an FBI raid. He had 5 FBI agents and the local Arizona sheriffs came to his house and shot him in the back 6 times, running back to his house, front door.
Yes, but he'd been shooting at his neighbours. He was drunk.
So there's more to the story.
There's more to the story that people aren't telling us,
And plus, if he was that well connected, he would be wearing a bulletproof vest, wouldn't he? As well, I thought that's kind of strange.
Well, there was one thing that I found out recently, and that is that he confessed that he was being probably fed a lot of disinformation by his contacts in the intelligence community. So that made him quite depressed.
I think I saw something what you just mentioned just there about he was being fed the information and he wasn't sure if it was legit or anything, and then he started going on about the aliens aren't real. It's just the Illuminati making an alien invasion, trying to make money or something. And I was just like, what the hell? He's just like gone backwards.
Yeah.
But his actual UFO sighting from his early days in the Navy, that's not disinformation. That's interesting.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, has there been a truth to it as well? So, you'll be so careful with these guys. It's easy to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, you got to be very, very careful. I agree.
Yeah, there could be some elements of the story where I mean, all or even disinformation has to contain a certain element of truth in it. Otherwise, it's just going to sound like pure bullshit, isn't it?
That's how people.
Sound like Linda Moulton Hell, you mean?
Oh my lord.
Oh,
Linda's moldy hole. Like, but it's true. Like brainwashing to trick someone into believing something that's not true. They have to use like 10% truth and then cover it in like 90% amount of lies. And once the person's heard that 10% bit of truth at the beginning of your story, then they feed you that 90% of lies. It's hard for them to not realize that the 90% of the lies is not connected to that truth. You're being tricked into believing a fantasy story, and because most people, probably 98% of people out there don't research what has been said, what has been told, what has been written in the book, what they've heard in the interview. They don't go and research to see, could this be true? Is there other evidence? Are other people saying this? Are these people legitimate? Are they or are they fraudsters too? There's so many questions you have to ask just from some person stating one piece of evidence. I'll watch an interview and I'll pause the interview and I start Googling 100 pages on it, just what that one sentence said. Can I find scientific evidence to back it up? Can I find other people saying it? Nobody does this. They hear it and they think it's true, and it's just silly. It's just silly,
There's a guy in the site, Michael King, saying he believes he was murdered. I don't believe he was murdered. He was shot, but it really didn't help that he was shooting at his neighbour.
No.
If they're going to murder him, I'm sure they'd have found a way to make it look like an accident.
Yeah.
Oh, and they can do that. Just when they can do that.
If they want to murder you, they'll murder you. There's not like, I had five attempts and I escaped all of them. No, there's no 5 attempts. If someone's paid a contract, they've paid a contract to get you. You're gone. See you later. There's no escape.
Yeah, Dr. Greer believed that he was poisoned with some stuff that caused cancer, a rare cancer in him, and killed his assistant. It's possible, but that guy's just got too many stories. That you sort of switch off after a while. Also, he's like a broken record. It keeps repeating, and it's just the same story.
He says that there's only positive aliens in the universe. There's no negative aliens.
No, that's rubbish. Yeah.
No, he's another one that pushes the level light thing.
He's doing the same thing. Meditate with everyone, expand your consciousness, only spread love everywhere, and we can love into Star Trek generation. I'm like, get out of here. Star Trek have torpedoes for bad aliens. Get out of here.
He is about as credible as the flying spaghetti monster, to be honest.
He's just jumping on the other people's bandwagon. That's all he's doing. Just copying them, copy and paste.
You go back to the 90s, he did have some credibility. He was doing some good things. That Disclosure Project, he brought a lot of people together.
But then he sold out. Early stuff was starting to get okay, but then he just sold out, basically.
Yeah, I know.
Pay $10 for the app on your phone so you can contact aliens and UFOs and see them flying around the sky. Like, what? The money grab. Just a big $10,000 to come beat some drums and meditate on the bush retreat with my friends, so we can see some spaceships flying. But $10,000, what? But people pay for this. People pay for it. They're gullible. They're so gullible. It's sickening.
And there's a strong rumour that his mates are flying drones about and dropping flares.
Wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me.
No, well, the thing is that they have to sign a non-disclosure agreement before they go on the strip. That also means you can't talk about what you've seen. Also means you can't take any photographs of what you've seen, because if those photographs gone into the public and they were there for the UFO community to analyse, they're going to get torn to bits.
Exactly. If I'm going to pay to go on some retreat to bang drums and talk to the aliens, I'm taking photos. Otherwise, get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Oh, you can't do that. Non-disclosure.
No, I
agreement.
want to share my photos with my friends so they can have a look at it, so they can tell me what they think, so I can get a more valued opinion than what I know, because there's a lot of people that know a hell of a lot more than me.
Well, Dr. Greer's got photos of light beings.
Oh my God! It's a tree trunk.
No, it's a Joshua tree.
Joshua tree. It was a tree.
Well, it's a cactus, isn't it?
Cactus. Oh, just I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's just causing too much fakeness, too much lies to make money.
The first one
it's just confusing people. All it does is confuse people.
The first one was an infrared moth, wasn't it? Infrared moth.
Oh, the infrared
the next one,
butterfly.
Next one was streaky lights because someone was spinning around all drunk at the party and taking snapshots randomly. And another one was the woman in red, as I call it, where it got distorted. I sort of unbent the image and rotated it around properly, and you can see it's clearly a woman with a black shirt on with a red jacket. And he's saying, oh, there's the alien's head up here, and which is really part of her crazy hairstyle that she had. Greer, I don't know. Is he just mental, or is he just a real total grifter, or what? But anyone that ends up on third phase, as far as I'm concerned, don't pay any more attention to him once they start using third phase to promote stuff, as far as I'm concerned.
Like that Michael Schratt is going on third phase, and I lost all respect.
That's why I don't listen to the guy.
I lost all respect for him because he cares more about getting views and getting more people onto his channel than like associating with
credible people,
like legitimate people. Like if you're a police officer, or do you go and associate with criminals? Do you go and associate with the local mafia boss or the Yakuza boss down the road or the triad boss? No, you don't, because you're going to lose all credibility. Everyone in the police force is going to hate you because you're hanging around criminals, like criminal masterminds. You just don't do it.
Yeah, so we've got a few mics in the chat there saying a few things. I'm not sure if we're keeping an eye on it.
Let's have a look.
You should better have
it's probably with the Rothschilds. I wouldn't be surprised. He's friends with that Steven Seagal as well, isn't he? And he's mad as a Jesus. Wow.
Is he?
He's mad as a box of frogs, that guy, these days. Believes in all kinds of stuff.
Steven Seagal. Van Damme.
He's a fraud himself. He's told a whole bunch of lies. Absolute freak. Just subject. What do you think of Eric Luke's done last show on Friday just gone?
I haven't got time to watch you, frankly. I sort of got fed up with what's that guy she had on? Mick Gowan saying he was raped in the head by Lue Elizondo. I thought, that's the last one I'm going to sort of look at.
we were going over that on your live show, and that was too much for me. That was giving me a migraine.
Yeah.
Lue's
brain raped him with an image of the future.
He's such a sookie baby snowflake. I couldn't believe it. He wouldn't stop complaining. Paragraph after paragraph of snowflake complaints. Like, just say what happened and move on to the story. Like, why complain 10 paragraphs about the same thing, repeating like a broken record?
Get involved with those people. It's basically it's your own fault, isn't it? But having said that, I'm glad he's come out and said what he has said, because it's given us some insight into Lue Elizondo.
That is a good thing. It's a good thing.
And Sean Cahill.
We get a really good insight onto Lue's character and what he's been doing to people.
Yeah, but they're attacking back now, saying he's lying about it all and all that sort of stuff. But
I don't think someone would make that up. That sounds like someone's like really that happened to them to me.
Yeah, Lue's about the money, isn't he? Especially his wife.
I think Lue's more about the disinformation. He's got paid to cause disinformation, and he realized I can make a lot of money doing this at the same time.
Yeah.
That's what I've seen. I've barely listened to anything Lue has said. I've only listened to what people have complained afterwards with all this commotion going on. That's all I've really known about him. I didn't like him from the beginning, and that's what I perceive He's some sort of government disinformation officer. He got paid to spread disinformation. He already got paid, but then he was like, "Hey, I can get 2 paydays out of this, 3, 4. Hey, what's Tom DeLonge doing?"
Yeah, for someone that was meant to be in like a big organization, you know, he was meant to be in a big organization with Pentagon in a research group looking at UFO videos, and then he does a TV show and he gets a pilot's video which is out of focus planet or maybe some LED balloon or something. But yeah, it's just, and then he started putting up flares, you know, pyro flares, skydivers, you know, and using some AA.
Some of that could be possible. He's just used half truths to help sell his story because it's easier it's easier to sell a half story of something you did and then turn it into like pure fantasy. People believe it more.
The pyro skydivers they should never have been on that unidentified show. And they're trying to use some AI software that said, oh, it's a legit footage, but doesn't know what it is, you know. Well, we do, because we debunked it years ago. You just had to ask us. Oh, God.
Yeah, and the last episode of the first series, when they had that dramatic meeting with people they said were government officials in Italy.
Yeah, that one really.
They were all retired. None of them had any ties to the government at all.
Yeah, I didn't like that one at all. The UFO attack in the helicopter, or whatever it was.
There was such a drama the way Lue just walked out at the end. And he was asked, will you tell the people this information? And no, it was awful. It was acting. It was clear then that Zondo was incredible.
Yeah, that's probably the one that turned me off too, actually, and it went downhill after that. Got worse.
His whole empire lies in bets now, but he's still got his fans. You know, his book is going to sell.
Oh, yeah. So is Tyler. Tyler's still got 200,000 views. Ridiculous, really. It really is ridiculous. People are so dumb in ufology. There's only like 1%, I would say, in ufology that got any brain cells and passion for the actual real stuff. All the rest is fantasy and made up crap, and you know, they piled up balloon videos. This is absolutely ridiculous. You know, they kept calling it the Batman balloon, but, you know, I analysed it and said, no, it's a silver heart-shaped balloon. And all the images, the first one was out of focus stock, which Goofon's saying it's a camera lens reflecting off the window, which is total bullshit. And the next one is obviously the heart-shaped balloon on the side, because they're quite thick. And you can see the shape of the heart shape even in that image. I don't know what other people analysed it, but it was clearly a heart-shaped balloon, and the other one was a heart-shaped balloon as well. But time you run it through filters and see the rest of the balloon, because you've got to remember Marla reflects the sky back out, so it's got another shade of blue, you know, and it sort of merges in with the sky and you don't see it. So that's why you got to run it through filters to see the rest of the balloon. But yeah, all these experts out there, and they couldn't do what I did. I just find it absolutely amazing. In fact, I don't even think Mick West analysed it. He stayed away from that one, didn't he? He didn't
touch it. He didn't touch it.
He didn't touch that one, but he did the bouquet one. And him and Corbell are always at each other's throat too. It's funny as, really.
So, what are your guys' thoughts on the Calvine photo then?
Well, you know mine. It's definitely a legit photo, I think, for sure. But
it's not the reflection in the wall.
No, I don't think it's the reflection.
No, it's not a reflection.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting photo, I think.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah, it just shows. Well, that was a leaked photo, so but we know for legitimate because it came from the RAF press officer who was on the desk at the time when the report came in from that Scottish newspaper. So No, it's got a chain of custody, so you can't really say it's leaked actually.
Yeah.
But
I think it's a legit photo, and they're just trying to like put it under the couch, trying to cover it up.
Yeah.
Well, David Clark was on. He was on a podcast recently. You know David Clark. I mean, he's an expert in all things military. After all, he's got a PhD in folklore, so he studies pixies, and fairies, and he thinks he's an expert. Yeah, so he said it's one of two things: it's a hoax, or it's American tech. And I thought, that's really arrogant, because you just don't know what is in that photograph. To be honest, do you, David? Come on.
What in the photograph shows American? Is there a Burger King wrapper on the side of the windscreen or something? Like,
yeah, exactly. He hasn't got a clue what it is.
We got Germans, we got Russians, we got Chinese. It could be anybody. Like, just can't say that.
God's sakes, it might even be something anomalous. It might be. Doesn't have to be our tech. It could be a genuine UFO. No, I mean, I'm not 100% convinced it is, but nevertheless, I think it's worth taking into consideration. I mean, it's a funny thing. There's no sign of a propulsion system. There's no sign of any vapor trail coming from it. It's a strange one, but it's another thing. Like I said earlier, leaked documents and UFO photographs.
Yeah. But you can't rule out it not being a hoax, though. But
no, you can't. No, you can't. But you can't rule out the witness testimony being true as well. Now, if the witnesses were genuine,
come forward.
They said that thing. That would really help. They said that thing shot straight up. Now, if it did and left the atmosphere in a second or two, like they said it did, then you have to start looking at something a bit more anomalous then, don't you? But until we can get those witnesses forward, they could have been silenced. I mean, I'm going down the conspiracy road now, but that's not impossible. It could have been paid off to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah.
You got to think of all the possibilities. You got to think of all the possibilities and look at them and analyze them, carefully.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So you were doing some FOIA requests on UK cases. Anything new there that you can talk about?
I done one with North Wales Police, and I got a bit of a result there. I found two cases that were quite intriguing. One was in Wrexham, where basically a UFO almost landed. It came down within a few feet of the ground, and this was in a park in Wrexham. I found it on Google Maps quite easily. The police actually told me the exact location, and he actually ran, shitting blue lights, to it was a leisure centre there that was still open, and he used a phone there to phone the police, and the police actually told me he was genuinely panicked. He was shaken up, and he appeared to be genuine. Truthful.
What year was that?
Paul, I'll have to have a check, but I think it was 2011. I think it was 2011.
Well, it's pretty recent then.
Yeah, it's quite recent, but the police they have to redact the names and addresses, or the phone number details, and that they can't give you out personal.
Do you still have payphones on the streets in the UK? Because we don't have them here anymore, I don't think.
They're all but gone, Paul.
Yeah. Everyone's got mobiles now, I see.
Everyone's got a mobile phone now, yeah.
Yeah. Or watch.
There was a case I had from near Canterbury in Kent, where the woman was travelling along. I think it was the A28 to Canterbury, and she's seen a UFO on the right hand side. Well, the first thing she noticed is all the traffic had come to a grinding halt. Some of the cars were stopped, and they'd got out the car and they were looking in a direction. So she looked in the direction they were looking at, and this thing, it was a saucer. It was hovering in the field at about treetop level. Now, I was thinking multiple witnesses to that. Well, it was, obviously, if she's telling the truth. And she came over and she said there was no sound. You couldn't hear any birds singing. You couldn't hear insects. Everything was just dead still. It's what's known as the Oz factor. So anyway, I thought, how the hell am I going to find some more witnesses now? So I contacted every UFO group in southern England. Only got a reply from one. And they said, we may have some information for you, but you have to persuade her to come and file a report with us first. And I thought, oh, jeez, is that the kind of compliance and cooperation you get in? They weren't going to, they wanted the case. They wanted to take the case off me, you see. And then they'd have probably left me completely in the cold and not filled me in with all the details, you see. It's not right. That's the problem in ufology. So I also, now the event was 1977 or 1978. She narrowed it down to August, September, but she couldn't remember the year, whether it was 78 or sorry, 97 or 98. So I got in touch with Kent Police, sent a FOIA request to them. They've actually got reports for that time, but they won't they won't give them to me. The request was refused. They said it's going to take us over 12 hours of searching to find that information for those 2 years. So therefore, tough. I mean, I'd be willing to pay for them to look into those cases, but they wouldn't do it. They weren't digitized, you see. Why they weren't digitized in that year, I really don't know.
Yeah, especially 2000.
24 years ago, 25 years ago. Oh, well. So the only thing I've got left now to try and find some corroborating evidence is newspaper search. So I pay £100 a year for a subscription to newspapers.com, and I'm busy looking through there, but I haven't found anything so far. It's getting to the point now where it's going to be a long shot. But she said several cars in both lanes had come to a grinding halt. There must have been, it could have been as many as 50 witnesses.
Dozens of witnesses.
Yeah.
2-3 people per car, maybe.
This is another thing. How many people actually report their sighting? Not many.
No.
Not many. They've gone home, told their family and friends maybe, but they've never made an official report.
Well, it's a bit hard to actually tell people you're sighting, isn't it? Because they think you're losing it.
They think you're cuckoo malala.
Yeah, exactly. You might not even bother telling your mates.
It's been like that since forever because that's the way they made it. So no one would report. It's the deliberate agenda. Make people think, oh, UFO, alien, cuckoo malala is just all part of the, not exposing any real information.
Well,
so
we
remained.
Yeah, that was one of the ploys of the Robertson panel, which was a CIA-run program in 1953. They thought the best policy here is to ridicule witnesses.
Exactly. They've done it for decades, many decades, 60s, 70s, always been doing it.
Yep.
You try and talk to a normal person, oh, I saw a UFO the other day, and they're like, they look at you sideways and laugh. Like, what? It's like, well, that's what I saw. It's an unidentified flying object. That's all it is. Did I say aliens? Did I say anything? They just laugh automatically. It's just instilled in their brain.
You know, since when has UFO stood for Galactic Light Ship?
So yeah, since when?
Yeah, but that's what people think.
Since when did I say draconian reptilians from the Orion star system nebula? I said nothing.
No. People try and pigeonhole you, you see. And once they've done that, they put a target on your head so they can attack you.
Exactly. Exactly.
I had a debate. Well, it got quite feisty. But I won't mention his name. I don't want to embarrass him.
You always get into fights, Robert. Come on.
It's kind of in my nature. But he put up a post about a B-52 plane. This video where it came down and it went closely over people's head, and he said, look, there was hardly any sound. Well, I looked at the video and it was making a hell of a den. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. And he said, this is probably responsible for all the triangle sightings. Well, I thought, well, just let it go. And after a couple of hours, I couldn't let it go, could I? So I got in contact with him.
You had to give him a serving. You had to give him a serving.
Oh, I had to. Yeah, and I said, why are you running a UFO group if you don't believe in UFOs, if you think it's all nonsense? You know, it's like me being a vegan and doing a show on hamburgers and doner kebabs. Come on.
Maybe you're doing just falafel rolls.
It could be
Anyway,
one of these CIA. It could be working for the CIA, infiltrating. Yeah.
I'm not really sure, but you've seen the funny side of that comment, actually. And I brought up vehicle interference cases, which I think C2 cases are the key to all this, really speaking. And he says, oh, well, I can't explain them, and I've been gathering some data on that. I said, okay, do you want to send it to me and I'll send you some stuff? And he emailed me, fair play. So, yeah, it was feisty, but it ended well. So there he was, this guy, this UFO debunker, that really quietly he's doing research because he's not sure. I think this subject makes some people feel very uncomfortable, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't like to think there's something else out there that's maybe a bit smarter than us, and it just doesn't sit well with some people.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. I've noticed that. A lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Those people will always be out. Even if the government came forward and said, look, this is real, here's the evidence, they'll think it's been some kind of fabrication and a government ploy, and they still won't believe it because they can't stand the thought of it. And these are the people who probably sleep with their lights on and check under the bed for monsters at night. I think it's a kind of an insecurity with some people.
Yeah. UFO and UFO people. What would you do about them?
It's such a diverse community.
Yeah,
Really
I had
is.
that Jack Sarfatti, or whatever his name is. He's tagging me on Twitter with his interviews, and I listened to him, and I think this is none of us has got any fact-based proof for what he's claiming. You know, he's had experiences, and he's talking about all these people that we class as shills is telling the truth. You know, he's talking about Lue and. Who else was he talking to about in that video? All sorts of people. And I thought, oh, this is a load of crap. You know, he's talking about time travel and he's saying all the things like consciousness and stargates and all this sort of stuff, you know. Oh, God.
But, you know, that's another thing now. I've seen it a heck of a lot over the last maybe 2 years. Consciousness is the key to all this. Well, I don't think it is, because you can't put your hand in your head.
Yeah.
You're never going to get any physical evidence from that. I'm not
Exactly.
saying that.
How are you going to get your consciousness around it when, like, people, when they think about it, they don't understand it. They can't comprehend it. They think it's good. They laugh. They think it's a clown story.
Consciousness, I said to him in a reply on Twitter, I said, consciousness to me is just, you know, your regular senses and your imagination working together, where you can imagine that you're floating in outer space, and to you it feels real in your head, but it's not actually happening. So that's what I said to him back. He never replies to my replies, though. Yeah, so he's into space time and Einstein's theories and all that stuff, and you know what I say is wrong, and there's another way in looking at things, but yeah, I don't agree. You know, he's talking about the warp drive, and I said, oh well, it's not actually bending space there. I think what's happening is it's creating negative energy bubble in front, which then reduces the gravity field in front, so it sort of pulls it into the bubble. But from what I heard, the warp drive using microwave beams or whatever it is very ineffective, right? It wouldn't be power enough to move a spaceship, because we're only at, that's what they found out in the testing, right? It does have some effect, but they can't quite can't explain it. But he keeps talking about post-quantum mechanics. Now he's thinking everybody's talking about current quantum mechanics that they get taught at university. I've gone past that. You know, he's quite arrogant, Jack. He said,
Paul. Yeah, he's on one group. It's David Beatty's group. It is. I'm a member as well.
Oh, is he?
I've seen the way that he talks to some people like that.
Yeah.
Absolute something he scraped off his shoe, you know.
Yeah.
Having a PhD doesn't give you the right to talk to people like that.
No.
It's not good. And I mean, God, my cousin, I hope he's not listening. You know, he's got a master's degree in molecular biology. And God, he says the most stupid things at times. Like, you know, it's just, some people are academic and some aren't. But no, it doesn't give you no license to look down at people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what he thinks of me though, but I don't really care. But yeah, he tells this story that he was a kid and he got a phone call from the future, which I can't discount. It's very possible, especially if you include multiverse theory and there's another Earth in the future, right? And you get the time slips happening where one universe intercepts with the other universe, and then suddenly you're sort of switched from one Earth to another Earth, and that phone call is actually in the future, and you're in the future for that split second, and then you get passed back into our universe. So yeah, I can explain it that way, because from my own experiences, how the apparitions appeared to me out of thin air and then disappear, alright? So they simply disappear straight in front of you. And the fact is that one day my father walked through one that I was actually watching. I was sort of like in a wow state, thinking, wow, I'm not going to take my eyes off this. I'm going to see where it's going to go and see if this thing interacts with me. And Dad come into the kitchen unexpectedly and pulled the curtains open in another room, then walked back through, and he was heading over towards me and went straight through her. And I thought, wow, didn't he see her? This beautiful blonde girl that was only half her body was showing, which was really crazy. And it was real. It was real. It was there. I was wide awake. It was like 10 o'clock in the morning. Everybody was sleeping in. And I was there sipping on my cup of tea. And there's no way that was some sort of crazy mental thing that happened. Either it was paranormal apparition or it was part of the tall whites, because I had a series of tall whites things that happened in the same area. And 2 weeks prior, I actually said, because I was thinking about the alien grey visit, that I didn't want any more alien grey visits to happen when I'm trying to sleep or whatever, because it's disturbing. I said, if there's any tall whites out there, make yourself known to me, but do it in the daytime. And of course, these 3 sightings happened when I got up in daytime, when no one else was around, of course. So yeah, that sort of changed my whole world right there. I still can't wrap my head around it, and I would have loved to have the camera, caught it on camera, but that third one sort of made me think a bit. You know, said, is there a way that they can beam the image into your head so you actually see them 3-dimensionally like a hologram, but they're not actually there, only to you. And you often hear about people saying that they can see the apparition, but other people can't see the apparition. So, yeah, it could be that there's some way they can send a beam of EMF, electromagnetic waves into your region of your skull.
It sounds possible. Or they block, they send some signal to the person that blocks them actually seeing them when they're actually there. Then, and only only the subject of interest can see them because they got business to do, UFO business, you know.
But yeah, because I got that strange thing happen with the needle in the back with the greys. It's still in my head. It's fresh today as it was, when it actually happened years ago, or whatever it is. When was it? 2020 or 2021? I can't remember. But but
you really take the details down, Paul.
Well, I did. I noted down all the details at the time and sent an email to Earl Grey and said, this has just happened. I don't know if you're going to believe it or not. And he said, just make a diary of everything that happens. And from that point onwards, I was jotting it down in some form, either by writing it into a text file or actually making it into a video. Making it into a video on my live stream, because I wasn't scared of talking about it, because people can think I'm crazy if they want to, but just interesting to see if anyone watches that and then gets in contact and says that's exactly what happened to me and that's exactly I've got some stuff to talk about. And I thought, well, we could use that as a way to get more people to open up about their experiences. I reckon there's a lot of people out there have these experiences, but they never talk about it, and I told my parents about it, but Dad laughed and Mum sort of didn't know what to make of it, and she says, "Oh, go on," And when I talked about the tall whites, the white lady standing behind them in the doorway, I said, "Oh, what happened to the lady that was here for honey?" Because often Dad lets them in to wait at the door while he gets the order of honey. Because he bottles it and all that sort of stuff and sells it to them cheaper than the shops, right? But apparently she didn't follow him in, and I was looking at this full-figure, three-dimensional woman, I blinked my eyes and she was gone. I rubbed my eyes because my eyes got itchy. I closed my eyelids, rubbed, and then opened. And I said to the parents, "Where did she go?" And said, "What are you talking about?" I said,
Never blink.
Do
not blink. Never blink. Like the Doctor Who episode. Don't blink. Don't blink. The statues will get you.
The second sighting was the most weird one, though. The second sighting was like 2 weeks later, I think it was this really, really tall guy. The other ones were 6 foot something, but this one, he must have been like 7 foot something, like a basketball player. And he's bending his head down in the door frame, and I thought, what the hell's this funny looking guy? And he had this long arm, and he was doing the thumbs up, and he was going up and down with his thumb to me, and I thought, am I going crazy? And then someone came around the corner in the hallway, and he turned and then vanished. Obviously the person coming around the corner didn't see it. And then I didn't have the camera. After that, I thought, damn it, I'm going to buy some cameras and set them up around the house, and outside and inside. And of course, it's never happened again, right? So you never catch it on film. But the thing is, could you catch it on film? Maybe you could catch thermal. Maybe it creates a thermal, what do you call it, distortion in the door frame or something like that.
I think thermals would be really good.
But you got to. If you had a good channel that was making lots of money, you could buy lots of gear, and you can even buy gear for other people like yourself. You could say, "Oh, well, I've got some spare money here. I'll send you some high tech."
If I win Lotto, I'm sending you a $30,000 military grade thermal camera, so you can do thermal all the skies in New Zealand. All the skies in New Zealand, no worries.
Yeah. So this week I got to set up that get the camera out of the closet and start working on it again. It might even work. You know, it's been in storage for that time. Being Chinese product, you never know if it still works. So I'll be very surprised. Because they do have moving gears in them, right? They have little cogs, and they only got a certain lifetime. You know, when they do the zoom in, you can hear the cogs turn, and it's moving the lens inside. You can hear it. Because the microphone on that camera I've bought is really bad, you know, it picks up all the wind noise, but you can hear the cogs inside the camera as I was zooming in and out. So yeah,
they're not quality German cogs. I'll tell you that much.
Gives good image. Sony Sender does give a good image, and it does do color, but it does black and white better, obviously. But yeah, it does a lot better than any smartphone. But yeah, we just got to keep saving up and buying the technology ourselves. I think that's the only way we're going to get disclosures from people like ourselves that actually trying to do the hard grain and get physical evidence of things to back up what you're saying. Else you sound like another Corey Goode otherwise, right? But I think I've got some evidence, you know, I've got some evidence that backs up some of my stuff so far.
But they wiped my memory after my 20 and back. I can't tell you anymore. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But
oh, sorry.
No,
do you want to finish?
Go on. Yeah, I'm finished.
What Jack Sarfatti was saying.
Yeah.
I've got to be careful. I pronounce that name, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Drop names left, right, centre.
But I'm talking about now with the phone call from the future. Was it the future or the past, did you say?
Future. I think it's on a video. I'm not sure. Yeah. I think you might have said it on that part 1 too. Someone was talking about where he's talking about his mother and his experiences. It might be on that part 1 of that part 2 I sent you. But I didn't look. But there is another video he put out where he often talks about his experiences. Because I didn't think he had any until he started mentioning about this phone call from the future. I can't remember what all the details was, because I thought, yeah, it sounds a wee bit suspect to me. But yeah, okay, it's possible. I won't discount it completely. Maybe could do a search online and actually find it and have a listen. Maybe I'll have a look.
Yeah.
I'll just.
Have you ever heard of a book? Have you ever heard of a book called A Vertical Plane?
Rings a bell. Vertical Plane.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not. What's that guy's name? The scientist. It's not Jack Vallée. Jack Vallée, is it?
No, it's got nothing to do with Jacques Vallée.
No.
Vertical Plane's about a house in Cheshire that a couple moved into. They had an old BBC computer that they used to take home from the workplace on the weekends. The guy, I forget his name now, he was a teacher. So he used to bring the computer home at weekends, and they started getting communication from a timeline in the past and a timeline in the future. And it's never been debunked. Some people obviously skeptical, some people believe the whole thing. Well, a key player in this is a UFO researcher called Gabber Joins, and out of the blue one evening, I got a phone call from Gabber. I don't know how he found me. I asked him how he found me, and he said, not much gets past me, and he never did tell me how he found me. But he had my phone number as well. But my mobile phone number, which hardly any. But then I realised that I actually advertise in one of the local papers. It's a free ad.
Right.
For UFO reports. And I think that's how he probably found me.
Yeah.
And of course, I put the name of my group in there and my email address and my mobile phone number. So I think that's how he found me. He lives in Brazil, and he's quite a well-renowned in the UK UFO researcher. And he was involved in this case, and he absolutely convinced. He said it shook him to the core. He went out there to debunk the whole thing, and he ended up communicating with this thing as well. And if it wasn't for his testimony and the way he told it to me, I'd say the whole thing was bunk and he must have hoaxed it somehow. But it's just left a nagging doubt in my mind, because Gary is someone who's always had integrity and he's well respected, you know. But yeah. Anyway, he left the case. He didn't tell the owners of the house anything, because this intelligence that called itself, was it 2092 or something like that, told him not to. This is between me and you. And that caused a bit of an upset between him and the family. So it's one of those books. It's back in print again now. You can buy it.
Right.
It's worth a look. You managed to find it.
Gabber, looks like there's a story on Jack's experience here, but it says phone call from an alien. But was it in the future? Maybe it's a variation of the story I've heard, or maybe this is a second experience that he's talking about. I don't know. Maybe you have to get it to read out here. There's a lot of reading there. I was hoping to find a video where he's explaining it himself that we could play, but of course we might get done by copyright. You can see it goes on and on and on. Look, this is on Vice, is it? Oh no, this is Stuff New Zealand. Probably have to run it into Edge and read out some of it, see how it goes maybe. Phone call. Actually, let's see where's all the mention of the phone call. He's got different references to the phone call. So what's the first one? I was reading a book on the computer switching circuits at home when the phone rang. I answered it and heard a strange sequence of clicking mechanical sounds. That sounds like the old phones where you do the dial thing, isn't it? Then a metallic sounding voice comes online. A cold mechanical voice is the only way I can describe. This sounds a bit like Stan Romanik's story. It gives a long series of numbers that I did not understand, and then calls me Jack and says it's conscious computer on board a spacecraft. So this is a different story I've heard. It may have said it was from the future. Alright, now he's in the future, but I'm not sure. However, that was implication of what it said. Anyhow, it says I've been selected to be a millionaire, be one of 400 young recipient minds, to be part of a special project. It sounds like Corey Good story, doesn't it? But that I must make the choice myself. The voice on the phone told me that I would begin to meet the others I was to work with in 20 years. And I was one of them. I was scared and everything in me screamed to say no and hang up. I felt a strong jolt of electricity go up my spine to the base of my skull, and I heard myself say yes. I was terrified and fascinated. The voice said, "Good, go out on your fire escape and jump. No, and we will send a ship to pick you up in 10 minutes. When I hung up, I rang like a bat out of hell and found my friend Winky, Winky's my mate. Winky's my mate. Yeah, who is now a homicide detective in Brooklyn. What a strange name. We have a few other kids. Went back to the apartment to wait for the flying saucer, but it never came. Oh, what a letdown. And now he's talking about Uri Geller, who we know is a fraud. Years later, when Jack's mother came across the account of Uri Geller alleged contact by a consciousness computer aboard a spacecraft which mirrored Sarfatti's experience. I was putting Fati in. Sarfatti. I've got the R around the wrong way. Yeah, so we're just reading out his story here. I'm not sure if you were listening. The sound just like
Not
all
like
those.
the
This sounds just like all those phone calls you got when you were a kid. You know, all the prank calls, is it? Sarfatti said, I was stunned. I only remembered one phone call. I still only remember one phone call. Millie told me that there were many calls over a 3-week period. She said I was walking around glazy-eyed. Makes you wonder if he was on weed. Finally, she picked up the phone and listened out of concern for me. She heard the cold, mechanical voice. She told it to quit bothering me and stop calling. Sounds like something that the CIA would do, right? Get a robot voice to phone up someone and plant.
That's what I was thinking. Actually, you're reading my thoughts.
Yeah. We sync a lot, me and Plex sync as well at times.
Anzacs, Australia, New Zealand, Anzacs.
She told it to quit bothering me and stop calling. The calls stopped. The calls changed Jack's life and his work. Just don't snigger at this. Well, it's a bit hard. This guy, Jack, check him out. He's famous quantum physicist. Who I met through a friend. With my friend, meet my friend. He is about to publish a paper postulating that the universe was created in the future. Oh my god. Don't even try to understand. He's very civilized in every sense of the word, and intensely likable. Well, you could say that about all the hoaxes and frauds out there too. And here's what happened to him when he was 13. In his own words, I was reading a book on computer switching circuits at home. I just read out that day, didn't I? I answered it and I heard strange sequence of clicking mechanical sounds. That sounds like a dial-up thing, doesn't it? Or modem or something. Then the mechanical sound and voice comes online. Cold mechanical voice is the only way I can describe it. Gives a long series of numbers. Yeah, what's the numbers? And then I did not understand, and then calls me Jack and says it's
maybe he thinks long series numbers like a DMT tone. DMT tone operator uses to make calls.
Yeah. So it looks like it's repeating it. Was it repeating the story? Did I go up by mistake or something? Got out of fire escape. Years later, it's repeating the story. Did something happen there? Did it shoot upwards, or they just got copy and paste problems? Okay, so where does it change here? Alright, now it changes here, the story. The calls changed Jack's life. Okay, that's where we got to the other paragraph. It's repeated. Along with science fi genius Arthur C. Clarke, who wrote 2001, and Arthur Koestler, he investigated the famous spoon bender Uri Geller, deciding he didn't have astounding powers. Not all his conclusions were negative though, and what he believes and is hoping to prove takes us into the world of what we would have once understood as magic. He believes subatomic particles behave in a way that indicates some sort of telepathic communication with each other. Oh, me and Gabber, we got telepathic communication, haven't we? And has researched has researched ESP and whether the future causes the present. All very Merlin and Jack jokes about being the only Magnus left. Magnus Pike. Magnus is a magician. Okay, Terminator 2, Judgment Day, 12 Monkeys all used Jack's ideas, and he was parried as the time-traveling Dr. Emmett Brown in the Back to the Future trilogy. Was he? Okay. So he influenced sci-fi, so he did some good. His goal was to make Star Trek real, he says. My basic program is the same as Tim Leary's space imagination intelligence increases life extension. The cancerous growth of population and diminished resources means that large decreases of population in the near future are impossible to avoid. Bearing some breakthrough in space, maybe that's why Kavona was invented. Space propulsion that would allow large numbers of us to migrate to virgin worlds. So there you have it.
We ain't migrating nowhere until, while there's a plague infecting our whole world for year after year after year.
Yeah, we're locked down into our houses and can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
He doesn't say
we're not going into space to infect the rest of the universe.
Yeah, he doesn't say for the fact that he got with from aliens, eh? For a fact that he got with from aliens. That doesn't make sense. Maybe they were the CIA, which is what we just said, who had noticed his amazing mind, and maybe it was just other kids playing a prank. Or maybe he was
I don't think it was kids playing the prank, but like a 3-letter alphabet, alphabet sweep agency just causing trouble to confuse the person so that their bits of the truth bits of their story get muddled up with their meddling,
Maybe there's something more about Jack that we don't know. Why they would pick him to influence him? Maybe it was an experiment. Maybe they did. Was the NK Ultra stuff? So he might have been part of that. He might have been part of the mind brainwashing trick that they learnt from NK Ultra to see if they can influence someone and study him over the next 30 years or whatever. Let's hope that
they would have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of people they've done experiments on.
Oh, maybe Corey Goode is one.
I sometimes think that. I think that they're just feeding him crap to make him the mouthpiece to see just an experiment to see how much crap can we get people to believe if we keep feeding this stuff into his brain.
Yeah, it could be experiment. You could be. I
sometimes think that. I sometimes think that.
Let's hope that UFOs are real and that they are time-traveling ships from friendly ETs. This time-traveling stuff doesn't rub with me, because if that happened, they could come back and change things in the past and change everything for the worse. You always see these time-traveling movies, and it always ends up being bad rather than good.
The thing is, we've got no way of telling whether that's happened or not.
Yeah. I think time only goes forward. I don't think you can go backwards in time. But
it could just be that we don't understand time probably, and
I think it's more likely we got multiverses and they're all in different timelines.
Yes.
That's what I think. Like different timelines. And you can't change the timeline you're on because it causes too many catastrophic effects on the other timelines.
Yeah.
So that sort of a thing you just can't.
And then it makes more sense. Makes more sense.
Yeah.
Like
makes a lot more sense when you think of it like that.
This other universe is like 5 million years in the future, and the alien greys, right? But something's happened to the DNA, so they've learned to cross over into our universe. They can't cross over into other universes. Maybe there's some sort of constraint there, and they're taking our DNA trying to save their own species in the other universe. So there's all sorts of stories and sci-fi you could make up, but it could be true. Of course, what happens to all these people that go missing in the world? Is it serial killers, or do they simply just die and never get found? Or they get abducted?
David Pleiades is doing the new documentary. It should be here next month, I think.
Right.
It's called Missing 411, the UFO connection.
But you know what I think of that guy, though. He's been caught out.
There's something about him that I can't put my finger on.
He hasn't been truthful about his past, and he's lied about being 20 years detective when that wasn't even the case. But and he's also been people, some of the searchers, which we don't know if they've been disinformation themselves, have come out and said that he's embellishing stuff that didn't happen in those cases, you know.
Yeah, he's making it fit into... Yeah,
you know, if he wasn't selling
do
the book, I would believe him.
Doesn't he?
I would believe him over the other people if he wasn't actually making big money from it. If it was just putting it out there publicly on a YouTube channel or something and saying, well, this is what I found out, guys, and what do you think? And he wasn't actually making money from it, then it'd be more believable, right? Well, apart from ad money.
Yeah. Has he embellished his police force career then?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, I did a thing on it. Remember, I'll send you a live episode, live on it. I did. Yeah, several people have outed him. It's not terribly bad, but basically what he was doing is he was an autograph collector, and he used a police letterhead, which is illegal, for his own personal use, and he was sending it out to all these famous people, asking them that he's trying to do a fundraise for disabled kids, and would he autograph it, and he would sell the autograph. But what happened is he kept the autographs, and there was no fundraising, and he got caught out. Yeah, he was using all the police resources for his own project, you know, and of course that's the same as that guy Nolan that Cambion's talking about, using the university's resources, but he's actually using it for his own personal money making, you know.
Yeah. He got busted, custard.
Yeah, I'll send you the episode after. I thought you knew about it. Yeah, I sort of found all this information online and put it all together.
I've heard some negative things about him, but I'm not a big follower of his.
Yeah.
It's only when you just brought up some people.
Yeah, and of course, he said he was going on secure team, and I sent him information about secure team, saying, look, please don't go on secure team, it'll make your reputation worse. And the guy totally ignored me and went on secure team. So he was trying to sell his new movie at the time. I think it was with what's that guy, the Survivor Man guy, right? So yeah, if
I can know who you mean.
Yeah, so there's that story, but that's kind of strange how it got repeated. I'm sure we can find out Jack talking about his experience somewhere. I think he may have posted one on Twitter. I think that's where I found it. But yeah.
Secure team. Oh my lord, that Tyler.
Yeah,
his voice is so cringe. When I hear his voice, it makes me sick.
I still watch the 411 movies and stuff. I won't pay a penny for it though. And and then I'm just wondering how accurate are the cases now, because has he embellished any of it, you know?
You know what? I paid for James Fox's movie and I was very disappointed.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Well, the only link between a UFO crash and the bodies was that Carlos de Souza.
Yeah, I've heard that name.
Driving along the road, seen this UFO, and changed course. It was losing altitude, and it crashed in a field not far away from a house. And he's there like it feels all staged. He's running across this field, over here, and he seems to enjoy the camera too much. And then he's basically saying this is where the crash site was, and he talks about this piece of debris that he found, and he describes it. Yeah, it may as well have come straight from Jesse Marcel's mouth. It was exactly, and I thought, where's he got that from? Well, he's got it from the Roswell crash, hasn't he? And there was other things going on there. Okay, so that they found the crash site. Why didn't they take soil samples?
Exactly.
Can't James Fox afford a Geiger counter?
Yeah.
Can't he afford an EMF detector?
Well, we can.
Why didn't they at all? Right, you've got a UFO has just crashed outside your flaming house. Yeah, you got a huge military presence there, picking all the stuff up, and you don't knock on the door of the house to ask, did they see anything?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no questions asked.
No questions asked. No.
Yeah.
Even if they weren't living there now today, it still should be possible with a little research to find them.
Yeah.
Oh no. The only thing I'll say is that, well, he had anonymous sources as well, and that isn't good because we can't do our own research on them.
Can't verify them.
No. You might as well have just paid some guys on the street to say something.
Yeah.
And it's not good evidence.
No.
But the only thing was that the reports of the alien or whatever it was, were consistent. That's the only thing. But I didn't learn anything new from that film. There was always there was as much information in the public domain about that crash before, about events before his documentary.
Yeah, apparently where they were standing, it was all dug up too. They had little potholes or something. Someone was saying, like someone's gone over it with a metal detector. So whether that was the right location or not, I don't know. But you think that he would have had a metal detector himself to go over the area. You know, basic stuff, EMF meter.
Absolutely basic stuff. Yeah, I mean, geez, I've got a Geiger counter here. I paid a lot of money for this. It's a good one. It's a range
it is. Yeah, that's a real good one.
Yeah, it's got the pancake probe on it. I don't know if you can see that properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it detects alpha, beta, gamma, and X-ray. And I mean, the chances of it getting used in a real situation of a UFO landing is quite remote. But I do have a hobby. See, I collect radioactive materials and.
You sound like Phil Snyder.
Are you like those KGB spies that buy the watches from the 1950s and scrape the green off the green radioactive stuff off the watch that makes the dial glow, and then so they can inject it in people?
What you're talking about is radium dial watches. I've got 5 of them.
Oh, don't get on his bad side. Don't say nothing bad about him to anybody.
He'll stick them under your pillow while you sleep.
Oh, Jesus, don't be doing that. Do you know what? I got off one of them, I got 34,000 counts per minute.
Really?
Oh, my God.
Now, average background radiation,
that's quite high,
I live, is 46 counts per minute.
It's leaking.
So how many times over background level is 34,000 counts?
A lot.
And people are wearing them. People are wearing them.
I used to have one as a kid.
Oh, that's a lot.
I don't know what happened to it. I think it got thrown away. I used to look at it, and it used to glow at night time, and I thought, can anyone see that?
Yeah, and I'll tell you something that's a really potent source as well is Americium-241, which you get out of the smoke detector. Now, you're not supposed to strip it down, but I did.
Yeah, right. I haven't tried that.
Got the little button at the... Well, no, you need a really good Geiger counter to detect alpha.
Not all the smoke detectors have that one now. Most of them have a photo cell.
No, they're not ionizing anymore. They ripped them all out of this years ago.
Yeah. I haven't actually got anything radioactive in the house, I don't think, because I wanted to test mine out. But they said you can get potassium chloride, which is alternate table salt. It's meant to set off the counter quite high.
I've got some. Yeah, I've got some. I got just over 600 counts per minute on potassium chloride.
Yeah.
Which is, 12 to 14 times per background radiation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's there, but I've got a really cheap Geiger counter here, and it didn't really do anything at all. So you're looking at paying £100 upwards at least to get something that'll. It needs to be quite sensitive to pick up.
Not all the tubes inside of them are equal. Apparently, they said the best one is Russian tube or some kind. I can't remember what they called it on the.
Yeah. I've also got a DP-66M, that's military, Polish Warsaw Pact Geiger counter, which was built. It was built in the 60s. My version was 72, but it's the same technology, and I've got a working one.
Right.
And it's really fun. It's retro, but it's not really suitable for field use.
Right.
I wouldn't take that.
I just got to step away for the toilet. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gabby, your mum's account was seriously interesting. I'd love to know a little bit more about that, but I don't know.
I do talk to my mum about it. She's the only one that's ever talked about it to me.
Yeah. Was she the only one involved at the time? Was there anybody else there at the time?
I had a younger brother. He died in a car accident 10 years ago.
Oh, Jesus, man. I'm so sorry.
And some young idiot driving 170 kilometers an hour on the wrong side of the road through a red light smacked into him. It wasn't the first car he hit, it was the second car he hit.
Oh.
And the first car he hit, he's just come out of the intersection, crawling out of the traffic lights. He hit the first car, it was an old lady's hatchback. It flipped it around in circles halfway down the bridge, 150 meters. That's how hard he hit it. And then he hit my brother's car, which pushed him through the fence. The one side of the bridge, that's the main bridge into town that goes all the way to Sydney. The one side of the bridge that does not have a concrete barrier, he would just basically went straight through I'd call it chicken wire fence. Just like fencing that's like as thick as a coat hanger. It's chicken wire basically. When you're considering it's a main bridge into town on a federal highway with 20,000, 30,000 cars going past. Why is one corner not a concrete barrier? He went and pushed him straight off the fence into the water. Like he's hit him that hard that his gas tank exploded into the water. The problem was the impact was so hard that he hit his head on the side of the car, and he went unconscious. So he was still alive. He just drowned in the water. The girl he was with crawled through the hole in the windscreen and left him there. I wasn't happy with that. If I'm in a car accident, I'm not leaving till I get the passenger out. If I die in the car trying to get the other passengers out and drivers, I'll die in the car. I can't leave him. I can't leave someone behind. You never leave a Marine behind. You know what I'm saying? The Marine saying, never leave a Marine behind. Always get your men back. Anyway, she crawled out through the hole and left him there. Firemen were coming over. The firemen were there within 2-3 minutes. The fire station was only 800 meters down the road. They're in there with the gas masks on, going into the water, but they haven't got proper gas masks that are waterproof. They only got the air ones. Every time they went in, he was only 3 meters down. Every time they went in, it filled up with water and mud, and they couldn't see. Because they could have got him out within time, because you got 10 minutes before the brain loses oxygen and dies. They could have saved him, but our firefighters here in Australia don't have proper waterproof gas masks. They got, I don't know why firemen do not have this, or at least just one waterproof gas mask for an emergency. I do not understand why our emergency services do not have this. Anyway, there was a one-armed fisherman who saw this. He got to the scene within a minute. He was diving under, trying to get him out of get to the car and get the seatbelt out to get him out. But every time he come up for air, there was a pool of gasoline from where that ruptured and exploded the gas tank, and he was choking on gasoline fumes and couldn't get back under again. A fisherman with one arm, he tried his best to save my brother. It's terrible. This person only got 2 years jail. Like, you're gonna drive a car at 170 kilometers an hour on the wrong side of the road through a red light. That's murder to me. To me, that's murder. It's like someone walking down the street firing a gun, and then the bullet came down and killed someone. Yeah. Well, what are you doing? It's murder. You just shot, but I was just shooting up in the air. It does not matter. You've still committed murder by doing a reckless act. And anyway, he's never experienced anything. My father's never experienced anything. I think my mum's told my father, but my father's old school. He's like old school mafia. We call him old school all the time. He doesn't sort of believe in all that stuff. He loves the fact that I do UFO videos, and I'm getting popular in China, and I take photos and stuff of the moon and things like that. And I'm always getting strange objects near the moon, triangles, like these triangles with like a circle cylindrical dome in the middle of the triangle, like a zoom going past the moon and stuff in a lot of my photos. And that I get some really amazing photos of the moon. Like I was on that channel Bruce Sees All. I did an interview with him for over an hour. They all love me over there. They love me because I'm like, Bruce, my photos of the moon, they confirm your photos. Bruce, I think there's buildings on the moon too. I'm not too sure, but I got some strange geometric structures on the moon. They just love it. They love it, you know. I was just feeding them like, I don't know what half of it is, you know. But like, I upload my stuff and share it, and most of the time I don't even say anything. I go, look, here's some strange moon photos. You figure out what it is. I don't even talk about it. Some people, they like to talk about it and go fully into how it's a structure. Is this a structure? Are they having a war on the moon? Are these moon bases? Did they build prisons on the moon and they're pulling up prisoners on the moon? And I'm just like, I'm not going to speculate. I'll just say this is a strange moon photo. You figure out what it is, because I don't know what it is.
Those P1000s, is it possible to get even more optical zoom lenses for them than 120, or is that the maximum?
I don't think you could take that lens off. I think it's like hard on there.
Yeah.
How about a lens extender? Could you put a lens extender on it?
You could put you could put an extender on it, but then the focal point is like dialed into that specific length.
Yeah, it's got limitations.
Even if I put a filter on the front, because that filter changes the length of the lens by just a few millimeters, that changes the focal point. And even using filters, I bought a filter pack so I can do sun work. I think UV filter. I'm not sure if a UV filter will protect my camera from doing solar.
No, it won't.
It has to be a specific solar lens.
Well, it has to be almost like a welding torch lens to stop your sensor being burnt out.
So I'm very lucky. I have not put the UV filter on there and tried to take pictures of the sun yet.
Yeah. You got to remember the sensors. That'll burn the camera out. Yeah, the sensors see either side of the spectrum. We don't see anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, so none of my family, I got all my Greek families over here in Australia. The other side of my family is all in Finland, in Scandinavia there. No one really talks about stuff or had any experiences. Basically it's just been me and my mum, you know? Me always looking out for my mum. And of course, I always look out for my mum. My mum always tells me everything. Like, I don't doubt my mum's story. I've had friends I've grown up with tell me of their alien stories of seeing a cigar-shaped UFO going across the forest, and then they met an alien in their house, which was the same lampshade head that I spoke about, the Aztec steps head or hat. My mum was the first person to talk about this. She says, I saw an alien with a lampshade head. Then I got the video of it in the house, and my friends drew a picture of it, and they put it on their fridge. And I was like, these were young girls. There's three young girls that lived in the house, and I know them very, very well. Like for many, many years. I know every time they're lying to me. When they lie, when your friends lie to you to make a joke, I'm onto it straight away. They've never been able to lie to me for the years and years I've known them. And I asked them about the alien story. I'm like, what happened? Like, what's this picture you drew? Oh, that's the picture of the alien we saw in our house. I'm like, tell me about the story. Oh, we saw a cigar-shaped UFO over the forest. So our town down there goes into a huge forest and up into mountains. It's wilderness. And I was like, oh, cigar-shaped UFO. I go, my friend Duncan also seen this cigar-shaped UFO in the same forest while he was in the spa. Oh, what about this alien? Yeah, we drew our experience and stuck the pictures on the fridge. I'm like, tell me about the lampshade head alien. go, my mum's seen this one. You seen it too? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the girls begin to tell me they met this lampshade head alien, which my mum explained, which I got the video of. And then they just started giggling and going hilarious. And I didn't want to upset them about their experience, you know? Like they dealt with it by laughing about it and making it as a joke, because it's a strange experience meeting an alien. They'd never met an alien before. And basically it was a cigar-shaped UFO above the forest that my other friends have witnessed that live like 5 kilometers away, same area, and they met the alien that my mum spoke about. And I've googled for hours on end. I've gone back through Google 300 pages. I cannot find a single thing about this lampshade head Aztec pyramid head hat alien anywhere. Nobody.
That's the thing. The more remote towns, more remote the towns are, as where the alien sightings tend to occur, isn't it?
All I have is the video. All I have the video that I recorded of him in the living room. My mum's stories of the lampshade head alien, and these girls that I grew up with, they drew a picture of him. I should have taken a picture with my phone. I was silly.
I still think it could be on that drive, and you could reclaim it if that's the case. And you could have like the $1 million smoking gun video that you could sell to James Fox.
I can buy you a 30 grand military spec thermal camera. Then you can do your sky watching with that one, baby. Forget about cloaking devices.
Yeah, no, if James Fox was actually any good researcher, he should actually be contacting you and actually flying out to meet you and actually duplicating the drive before they muck around with it. There's some experts out there that you can contact online, send it to you, and they will recover all your data. But yeah, you know, now you're public with it on my channel, you can bet the government know about it too, and that drive will go missing in the post or whatever. I'm
gonna put it in the safe that's bolted to the floor.
Yeah, I think if they're going to get they're going to get it.
I'm going into the forest. I'm going to go bury it somewhere. They're not going to know where it is.
It wouldn't take much to send a energy beam of some type from space and actually wipe that drive in the safe. You know, that's very possible.
Yeah.
Just a pulse, EMF pulse that scrambles the magnetic particles on the drive.
Yeah, I've never thrown that drive away. I've always kept it, thinking I gotta somehow be able to repair this drive to show this video. I was like, I should have just uploaded it. I should have just uploaded it to YouTube straight away. I didn't think it was going to.
Yeah, what year was that again? It was fairly recent too, wasn't it?
To 2011. I was like 2011.
That's funny. Everybody that Mojo was 2011. Yours was 2011.
Yeah.
And then Robert was talking about that 2011 case. It seems like 2011 was something going on in that year.
That was when my brother died 2010, and that hard drive is basically all my photos and videos of all my paranormal experiences after my brother died. Like so many orb photos and just strange photos and videos you cannot explain. Like you have videos with all these light beings and all these weird light beings, or like little light fairies, or
I've chucked out so many hard drives that had like good circuit boards on it. I could have easily repaired your one with one of the circuit boards of all the ones I've thrown out. I'm pretty sure we could get it going. Shame you don't live down the street of me, because I'll probably give it a go. I wouldn't open it up. If we couldn't get it going with changing the circuit board on the outside of the drive, I would probably look at one of these guys that got a clean room where there's zero dust, and let them pull it apart.
They can just replace the platters and just put the platters in a new drive. Give them a couple $100 or something.
Exactly. They would duplicate it too, as well, before they tried to recover it.
There's places where you can send that drive to have the information recovered, you know.
There is, but there's a risk. It is a risk. But yeah, you want to really pack it pretty damn good, you know. Triple sponge bag and then stick it in a box. You can get really good wrap now though, because I buy a lot of stuff from AliExpress, and when you get someone that actually takes care of the parcels, they wrap it pretty damn good. You know, I've received glasses from in the post from China that never got broken, and yet I've ordered stuff from my bloody crappy shop, Merc store, from
Down
USA, and it comes in a million pieces. Yeah, and even up the road, it comes in millions of pieces. So, yeah. But yeah, the evidence, you shouldn't be just sitting on it, really. You should really do something with it.
They would do a
maybe,
whole they would do a whole documentary just on that video. A whole documentary on it.
You know, despite I don't like James Fox, if you could probably send him an email and say you got this drive with smoking gun evidence on it and it's died, and tell him the story. Maybe he just might fly out there and find somewhere in Australia to take it with you and see if they can recover it.
It's worth a shot. I don't think he'd
But
fly
then
all the way
again,
out
he would
just
have to really believe you, you know, for him to spend that money
to a
doing
tech expert. It shouldn't be that expensive.
Well, yeah, that's true. I don't know.
I mean,
is there New
James
South
Fox is going
Wales?
on about this alien autopsy video now that he's located, but can't get the guy to release it. And I've just got a really bad feeling that's all going to end in tears, you know.
I have the same feeling. Feeling you have. What can you do about it? What can you do, eh?
Every time we've had footage of the so-called aliens from Skinny Bob to J-Rod, and you know, it's turned out when Linda Moulton Howard, a few stupid
Linda's mouldy hole.
Oh God, Linda Moulton Cow.
Moulton Cow.
And Stephen Greer as well. He's another one that was showing fake alien pictures.
They just sell out. It's like they start off good, and then they just like they don't care anymore. The money's more important to them, and they just sell out. They don't care what they're doing. No integrity in their work. Nothing.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, selling out. Someone put some videos up on Twitter claiming it was the Virginia alien, and everyone was, wow, oh my God, this is amazing. Nobody even thought of doing a reverse image search. It took me 5 minutes to debunk it. 5 minutes.
Tiny eye reverse image.
Why can't other people do that? I found it was from a horror movie in Lithuania or somewhere. And it was a really poor B movie as well. The alien didn't even look real. It looked awful. It was it probably cost them £100. The special effects on that, awful. But people still suck it all up, you know.
Well, here's a place in Australia. They reckon they pick it up and deliver it back to you. No charge of no fix. No fix, what? No charge.
Oh,
send me the link. Send me the link.
But
when they charge you, you gotta donate half a kidney to pay for it.
Free pickup and delivery Australia wide. That's what it says. Why choose Australia's most trusted data recovery professionals? Could be worth a try though. Do they have a clean room?
I think I've seen their ads on computer magazines.
Data recovery, RAID array recovery. What else they got here? Mac data recovery, USB and card recovery. But do they have a clean room or not? I don't know. You'd have to talk to them. I'll send you the link. I'll post it in the side chat anyway.
All right. I'll have a look. I can always send them an email. Do you have a clean room for your data recovery?
Yeah. You'd like to see a video of them working on one, you know, before you decide. Yeah. But yeah, if it sounds like it's too good to be true, really. do they make it worse? They've got actually a 1-800 number here. I suppose that's free call, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they've got an email address, info total. What's that say there? totaldatarecall.com.au.
18 years of data recovery. They'd have to have a clean room.
Sounds like it, doesn't it?
Latest equipment and tools. View class 100 clean room on site. Viewable class 100 clean room. Yeah, these are the people you want.
Yeah. Maybe you should do a check on them to see if anyone's had any poor reviews on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, just look at Trustpilot or something like that.
Trustpilot. Yeah, Trustpilot's really good.
Or Scam Advisor.
Yeah, well, I'll leave it with you anyway. So yeah, I think it might be worth doing it. You know, if it's got other photos on there that you want to show us, you know, you could bring it on the show.
You like the paranormal stuff. It's like full of paranormal activity. It's got like a whole year. I just like kept backing everything up. Backed it up twice, but I didn't do a hard copy. I should have burned it all onto Blu-ray discs, put them in a folder, and put them in my save.
Yeah.
Now I triple back up everything and just do hard copies. So
I do triple backup. I do one to 2 USB drives and one to my RAID server. So yeah, any important stuff is well and truly backed up in my place. Yeah, I've learnt my lesson on that. But the thing is, you also got to keep older copies of things, because sometimes you don't realise there's a mistake that happened. You might have to roll back 10 versions of your document before you get the original thing that got deleted out by mistake when you didn't notice it or whatever. But anyway, yeah, I'm not sure how long you guys want to go on for, but I'm quite happy at the moment. Here at the moment.
Change subject.
Right.
Have you heard of a YouTube channel called Eyes on Cinema?
No, I don't think I have.
It's quite new. What it's doing, it's knocking out old interviews with researchers and witnesses, and some of the stuff they're putting out I've never seen before. I didn't think they even existed. So it's well worth subscribing to those guys. Eyes on Cinema.
Eyes on Cinema.
Yeah, we'll just post a link in the side chat and maybe we can look at it.
The only thing is, I don't know where he's getting this stuff from, because a little bit of it was quite familiar to me, and I think he's lifted it from old documentaries and stuff, and he's had 2 copyright strikes so far.
That's the YouTube channel, Eyes on Cinema.
Yes, that's the one.
I'll post a link in the channel for everyone.
You managed to find it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found him.
Yeah.
It's a bit hard to find sometimes.
He's got like his videos are black and white for some reason.
A lot of them are.
Yeah. Well, the thumbs are black and white. Some are a bit color. Yeah. He's got a lot of old footage. Just looking at the scan through.
It's a fantastic collection.
But at least he's got the story of that incident, 1994, in the South African school. The drawings the kids drew.
Oh, YPL school, yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Yeah, just looking at a quick scan of all the videos, like, it doesn't look like he's got dodgy stuff in there, you know?
No, but he has had 2 copyright strikes. I have no idea where he's got this stuff from.
Yeah.
I think he's maybe lifted some of it. And that's why he's got into a little bit of bother. But he's got a backup platform called Odyssey. So if he ever does get banned on YouTube, you can find him on Odyssey as well.
His latest one's 4 hours ago. U.S. astronaut James McDivitt describes UFO he saw in space.
Yeah.
A day ago, U.S. government is in possession of alien spacecraft, says ex-NASA specialist. See, it's interesting what some people say and what some people are whistleblowing. You know, you have to look at everything with an open mind.
It's been a godsend to me, because it's something that he's knocking out one of these videos every day, and I share them all on my on my feed. So yeah, it's really good content.
I'm going to subscribe, have a bit of a gaze.
Oh, definitely.
Thanks for sharing that. I really lately, like I've spent like the last 6 months not looking at really anything UFO or alien related. I've just been looking at people debunking all the fake stories, just so I know when I come across this story or this person, not to listen to anything they say. You know.
You got it. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, but I'd say 90% of the stuff he's knocking out are credible people. But of course, you got one he put up a couple of days ago, and that was a video analyst looking at Billy Myers' photographs, and that's actually funny. It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scam Advisor says this total data recall.com.au trust score 100 out of 100.
Oh
really?
Wow.
I said total records there by mistake as well, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I was thinking of Total Recall, the movie. Arnold Schwarzenegger one. That was quite good. Anyway, it's amazing how little people we had on today. I thought we'd have a lot more people on, being it would be Sunday in America. Where's 18 Wells today? He's normally shows up
driving the truck.
Now.
Is he driving the truck?
I don't know. Where is everybody today? It's kind of sad, really. I thought we had some good content here today.
not to worry, because they might look check in on it later, you know.
I don't know. People are strange in ufology, you know. Probably because you trashed all the people that they like.
Oh yeah. Well, I can't help that. Tell lies.
Oh, you're talking shit about everybody. You're jealous. That's all I hear. You're just jealous. They're making lots of money and you're not. I just don't understand why they throw money at these frauds. I just can't understand the mentality. I want to study a Tyler fan's brain. I don't know how you'd study it though. You'd have to do experiments on them while they're alive. But I just can't understand people still following someone after he's admitted that he's a hoaxer, especially Third Phase and Tyler. Oh yeah, we fixed that one, Little Philippines, but we've changed. Who cares you changed? You're still a hoaxer. Yeah, people just forgive. You know, I was talking about that yesterday. Makes me sick, really. How people can forgive a hoaxer.
They say the data recovery success rate 92%.
You're probably in the 8% then. Sorry,
I'm in the 8%.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Maybe the aliens just like sent a beam down from the UFO and just destroyed the hard drive. I don't know.
There were some faulty boards. I remember. Was it a Seagate? I think there was a whole batch of faulty boards.
Seagate. A Seagate has a problem that server repairers were saying after 3 years, 33% of all Seagate server drives fail.
Yeah.
Right on the warranty, they all failed. 33% of them.
Yeah. It's like I built it into it.
People failed in 2 years. Inside 2 years.
Yeah.
Never again.
I used to buy a lot of Seagate drives when they were like 250 gig, when they were like 20 cents a gig or 30 cents a gig. They came down in price. I bought heaps of them, started backing up all my datas and downloads, and what I found after a couple of years, 33% of them all failed.
Yeah. They're still quite expensive, aren't they? You know, you spend like $300 per drive still. Yeah,
like I don't know. Now I'm just spending hundreds of dollars on SSD drives and M.2 drives because like they don't fail. They start to slow down after they've written so many hundreds of terabytes.
Technically, they should be able to keep reading back though. They shouldn't be able to write.
I've never had a SSD fail, but I only buy the best top model Samsungs. I pay a bit extra, but like it's security. security that my data doesn't fail on me from a cheap drive. And I've had them for years
They've got
now.
one
They've never
130 terabyte ones now, but they cost $30,000 each.
Yeah.
The price will come down.
You can get nice ones now, really nice ones. They're getting very, very cheap. Always pay $50 extra and get like one that's got, you know, really good reviews from all the technical the guys that sit there with like microscopes and all these analyzers and analyze all these things and have graphs and tell you how quick it reads, how quick it writes, and sustained read and write.
Actually, I found the drives that last longer are the ones that don't write as fast, and they're the slower ones that spin at 5,000 instead of 7,200 or whatever it is RPM. Because they got bigger cache in it, it doesn't matter they spin slower because the cache stores the same information and can write at the same speed. But yeah, because the slower it is, the less power it needs and less heat it generates. But everything fails after a certain period. Technically, electronics should last 20 years before the component fails. That's generally, you know.
Do not ask me how much money I have spent on mice. Thousands of dollars. I have spent thousands of dollars on gaming grade mice. I've had like $300 mice. Then 3 months later, the right mouse button collapses, and then the next week later, the laser beam stops operating. $300 mice.
I don't go through many mice.
Keyboards. I've spent thousands of dollars on keyboards. I won't spend less than $300 on the keyboard. I had to get those old Logitechs with like 300 extra buttons around the side, LCD screens that flip out that can tell me my CPU and my memory usage, and like they still work. The Logitech keyboards that I spent $300 on, they still work. They're sitting in the garage. I've had to upgrade to silent mechanical for my precision, fast clicking shooting games and stuff.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about my media server. I paid like $2,000 without any hard drives in it, and it's coming up to, must be getting up there in years now. Let's see, when did I get it? 2005. Now it's 220. It's getting up there, component failure level. Now they're like
$200.
No, you can't get these ones anymore. You can't get replacements, but
no.
But you should be able to plug in external USB connector thing and recover your RAID that way off the individual hard drives, I guess, because it should be standard RAID 5, right? So yeah. Yeah, it always throws me. That's why I keep backups even off what's on the RAID, because the RAID could fail.
SSDs are becoming so cheap now. Soon we'll be able to just buy SSDs with hundreds and hundreds of terabytes on there. Just plug them in and dump everything off our hard drives that are past the warranty. You know, like once your mechanical hard drives past the warranty, you really want to make sure it's on something new.
Well, you could stick them in one of these
disk.
media servers. There's no reason why you couldn't use it in a media server either, and have it rated as well.
Like even a flash disk, you know, the USB sticks, they only have a shelf life of 10 years. They're not supposed to last longer than 10 years.
Oh, I've bought some that only lasted a month or less. And they weren't cheap. 64 gig one, $100, and then 2 weeks later they're dead.
I bought an expensive OCZ rubber covered,
Excuse me.
waterproof, shockproof, $110 USB stick. I had my crypto keys on there, so I couldn't access my crypto trading sites without plugging it in and allowing the key to allow me access to the crypto sites and the passwords on my password manager on there. and then it failed one time. The soldering to where the wire was failed. Yeah. And I had all this crypto that I bought really cheap because it dropped down in price, and then it went up in price, and I'm plugging it in, trying to get it to work, and I didn't. And it was.
Excuse me.
I was doing backups of it onto my external drive that I unplug and backup, but I had that password for like a week, and it was because I didn't back it up in that 1 week. I lost the password and the key, and then I lost all the profit from the crypto going up, and I was just like, why does Jesus hate me for?
Don't they reckon there's like $1 billion of crypto lost because people have lost their passwords?
Yeah, there's so many bitcoins just missing that people can't access them. They're sitting on the gold
That
mine.
seems like a bad idea to me in that case. There should be some sort of ultimate backup. I suppose eventually they can decrypt everything in the end once quantum computers are kicking off. But
if the criminals get quantum computers, they'll just decrypt all the hash codes and steal all the crypto. But I don't know if once it gets to like that stage, they'll have something new to stop it. Like there's always the tech guys will always make something new that comes out that stops the criminals from doing that.
Yeah. Did Robert leave, or was he still there?
Oh, he's still there, I think. I heard him a minute ago.
Where's he gone to?
He spoke about a minute ago.
Let's just put it on that one. Oh no, that's the wrong one. That's the Greer one. Ah. No, he's not. He's gone. Did he say he was leaving?
No.
He's not there.
I've just lost connection. Maybe he's got. Sometimes my internet disconnects, doesn't come back for like 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. I can't do anything.
Yeah, I'm just getting a double echo of me there.
His network might have gone down.
Are you there, Robert? I don't think he's there.
Yes, I am.
He's still there. I think I could hear I thought I could hear the dog in the background.
Well, how come he's not coming up on screen then? Or is it, maybe I'm pushing the wrong button.
No, the camera's gone for me too.
The camera's gone for you?
Now it's back. You clicked on something.
Fellow... Didn't you give yourself a name, Robert? You got fellow Jitsu.
Yeah, I'll have to sort that out next time. Can you hear me okay, yeah?
Yeah, now we got your picture up here. I was pushing on that before.
Yeah, I'm sorry I had to get something to eat. So I turned the camera off. That's all.
Oh, right. I thought we lost you.
No. It's been a long show, so I needed to refuel.
All right. Well, you can go if you want to. We've done what? Coming up to 15 minutes away from 4 hours, so that's pretty good going. But yeah, I can keep going till about 6 p.m. my time, and it's 3:44 at the moment. So, if you want to talk about stuff, just go ahead, and I'm sure people will watch it. I'll create chapters, or try to, of all the various topics that we've covered today.
Would you like to hear the couple years ago? I don't know if this was a dream or a memory. I'm still trying to figure it out to this day. I thought I met an alien in my mum's backyard.
All right. You're starting to sound like Shirley Morrison, but you don't know.
I've told Paul this story, but like I think it's a dream, but like it feels like it's so real. It's like a memory. I don't know if it's a hidden memory or a dream, whatever. But what happened was, I was in the backyard smoking a cigarette, and what I see is an alien there, not like your typical grey oval head shaped. You had more like a heart shaped head, like a heart shaped.
Yeah, I've heard of cases like that. Yeah,
with a bit smaller eyes, and I saw him. I saw the alien standing there, and I think I went up to it and I put my head on his head, and I said to him with my brain, "Don't worry, I'll protect you. I won't let them get you."
Your video's gone off, by the way, Gabber. I'm not sure what's going on here. Yeah.
Video's going on. They don't want you to hear the story. This is the truth. It's coming out.
We got the audio, but your video's gone.
The camera's gone. I'll try log back in again. Let me relog.
It froze first, and then it went all together.
Well, now we got 3 Roberts, or 4 Roberts. So there's no way to hide my one, I don't think. Is there any way to hide mine on this Jitsi now?
I don't know. It's changed a bit since I was last on it.
Yeah, they've changed it. Hide self view. Here we go. Oh, that's better. Yeah, they've added a lot more features to it. Yeah, he hasn't come back on.
Hello?
You can change your name there, Robert, I think, by going up to the corner, is it? Oh no, where is it? I think you can go up the corner and actually say settings or something. Change your username.
Yeah.
How do we do it now? We click on that. Well, you have three dots at the bottom and go settings, and then it's one of these ones. Profile. You go to profile and you can give yourself set your display name.
Okay.
I got OT CEO there. The boss.
Filter options, start recording, blah, blah, blah. Settings, I can't see.
Yeah, you want settings and then profile.
Okay.
And it should be the first field called...
Profile. Name. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, you done it. You done it.
Okay, I'll go back to my story. You can see me all right?
Yep, it's all working good now.
Okay. And then the next memory I have is I'm on the front of my mum's house in the street. It's dark. There's a bunch of young kids next to me, like 5 or 6 or 7 years old. I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6, half a dozen. And we were all running up the hill on my mum's street. We're running up the hill, and there's a UFO at the top of the hill, just above the power lines. It's like a disc-shaped UFO or something, really with a bright light coming down. And we're all running, and we're like laughing and laughing. We're all excited. Oh, we're gonna go see the UFO at the top of the street. And I don't know who these kids are. I don't know where they're from. Anyway, and then the next memory I have is I'm under the light. I'm under the light of the UFO, and the UFO light is taking me up. And for some reason, my cat is with me in my arms. And
that bloody cat.
Then my black cat, Toshiba.
Yeah, maybe he's alien.
Maybe my cat's an alien. I don't know. I'll have to check this one out. And then
Gabber uses AI art, by the way, and he creates all these pictures of an alien with a cat. So there's something going on there with the cat, I'll tell you.
And then the next part of the memory, I don't know if it's a memory or dream. It feels like it's real, but then like it's a weird memory, so I think it's a dream. Anyway, the next part of the memory is I'm inside the spaceship with the heart-shaped head alien, with the much smaller eyes, like medium-sized eyes compared to the big large ones. And my cat's with me, and my cat turns around and goes "Row" and claws the alien. And I grabbed the cat, and I told the alien, "Don't you hurt my cat! I will destroy everyone in this UFO." And then there's no memory. There's no memory after that. And I don't. Maybe this is why I don't get abducted, because I just caused too much trouble in the UFO. But
well, your cat does anyway.
Yeah, but like I don't claim it. I don't claim it as experience. But like it's a memory I have. Is it a memory of a dream? Did I imagine that? It feels like it's real, but my brain won't tell me the difference. Is that a dream or is that a memory? Which did you imagine this? Because I don't sit there imagining I'm running around with aliens and UFOs. I don't imagine this stuff.
No.
So I'm thinking to myself, why would my brain imagine this scenario when I never dream of this? I don't imagine it. I don't create this fantasy.
Was this before you got into doing UFOs and UFO channel though, and
this was before. This was before that. This was like 4 or 5 years ago when I was living at my mother's house. Now I bought a house and I'm living down the road from her. But this is before. This is when I was just sitting there playing computer games, waiting for a house to come on the marketplace that I could afford to move into.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought that.
Well, that's the thing. I don't dream of aliens. My dreams are nothing with aliens in them. So when the alien grey thing happened, that was something out of the blue, right? So I wasn't expecting that whatsoever. But I still don't dream of aliens, not even today. or ghost or paranormal. But sometimes it can be a bit hard to sleep after you've had a bit of a scare, you know.
Like I think it's a dream because my cat was there. My cat bit and clawed the alien, but I was just like, but what if my cat did come with me? And I'm just like, I don't know. Sometimes it just hurts too much to think about it. It's too hard to figure out, you know. Like,
yeah,
like
I'm
not making anything up. I'm just sharing experiences and how I honestly feel and how I honestly think about them.
Considering his mum had the same thing of being beamed up and all that.
Yeah,
she might have told you that story that influenced your brain to dream it as well, right?
But she told me that story like 25 years ago.
It may influence your dream.
Has it taken me 25 years to dream that I got taken up in the UFO with my mum, like my mum did?
The human brain is a bit strange at times, isn't it? So who knows?
There was another time. There was a alien in my candle, in the candlelight, and I sat there talking to it when I was like 15, 16, and like where the candlelight hits the wall, there was a grey oval alien with the big 45-degree angle eyes.
I've heard that story before somewhere.
Yeah, I told you this story. I sat there having a conversation with my mind, and I was asking it questions. Like I was 15, 16.
I've heard this story before, but from someone else, or somewhere I read online.
Anyway, I was talking to the alien, asking it questions, and it was answering at me. I was like, "Wow, you aliens are pretty cool. This is fascinating." And I ran outside and said, Mum, quick, look, there's an alien in my candle. Come and have a look at it. She opened the door. She's like, what the hell's going on in my son's room? She opened the door and she saw the alien in the candle, and tears came down her eyes. She just left. She's like, I'm out of here. Your room is like the exorcism.
You got some strange stories that are pretty unique, actually.
My mum left the room. And I was like, and I saw tears coming down her eyes. So then I thought, I must actually be seeing an alien in my candle talking to it. This could be pure imagination. But like,
what was the alien talking about, though?
He didn't really talk. He just answered all the questions I had as a curious kid. And I asked all these questions about aliens and UFOs and stuff, and he was answering me. And then when he started to speak, when the alien started to speak, he said to me, "Hey, would you like to come for a ride in our UFO?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "What do you mean?" Like, look, come.
Serial killer.
He kept asking me for my permission to allow him to come and get me.
That sounds almost paranormal demons thing.
Yeah,
that does.
And I was suspicious. I thought he was a bad alien. I thought, you're coming to get me to do bad stuff. I didn't like him. I thought he was negative.
Yeah,
I thought
sounds like as soon as you said yes, you opened yourself up to a paranormal
I didn't
attachment.
say yes. I did not say yes. He kept asking over and over again, "Do you give me permission? Come, you want to come check out our UFO?" And I was like, "I don't trust you. I don't want to go with you." No. And he kept asking and asking and asking, and then he went, "Hey, look outside your window." So I opened the curtains and I looked up at the sky at the window, right next to the beach there. And he goes, "Do you see that star there?" And I had a look. He goes, "You see that star? Which star? This star." And then the star, and then 2 or 3 other stars next to it started dancing around the sky. "Do you see us there?" That sounds
like your orb thing with the atoms.
Yeah. Do you see us there? And I was like, "Yeah." Well, do you want to come for a ride in the UFO? I went, "No, I don't want to go. I don't care about your UFO. Go away." And he stopped talking to me. After he showed me the stars dancing, and I again refused to give him permission to come and get me.
Maybe you should ask more questions. Why do you want me to go with you? Why do you want me to see it?
Yeah. But
you should ask more questions.
My gut feeling was he had bad intentions for me, and I shouldn't go with him. So then I wouldn't.
You get that vibe from people, don't you? You get that vibe from certain people.
Stuff I've seen. I've seen amazing stuff sky watching. I only do it as a hobby in the spare time. Sometimes I do it to get off the computer and stop playing computer games.
It's funny how you communicate with them, but I've only seen them. They don't communicate to me, or they're just doing hand signals or nodding or whatever.
I go outside and I talk to the Galactic Council. I said, "How's the weather up at Jupiter over there? Well, you know, what's the weather? What's the weather like in Ganymede? Are you okay?" And they're like, "Oh, we're fine, thank you." Like, I got an answer. I'm like, I don't know, why am I asking them these questions for? They answered me. I don't know. I'm like, did somebody else just hear me thinking and just answered for them? Like, I'm scratching my head going, what am I doing? Why am I doing this
You
for?
sure it's not a Corey Good influence there? The Galactic Federation or what you were saying?
Who knows?
Where'd you get that from? From one reading, or did you actually say that to you?
Alana Danan. I got a couple of Alana Danan's books and read them and gave them to my mum.
All right.
And I've been just reading
the
about
alien didn't say
her.
their particular names then, like that they're a particular alien race.
Nothing like that. But I didn't ask those questions. Next time, if I get to talk to one again, I will ask those questions.
I think I've got a lot of questions to ask them. How many alien species are there in this universe? Are there other universes? And
do you have an army? Do you have a weapons? Or like how does things operate? What do you do? What is your MO? Like what do you do through the universe? Do you explore? Do you do scientific experiments? Do you conquer and assimilate, or do you share knowledge, or do you help, or do you just do what's useful to you? Or it's interesting. There's so many questions you can ask them. Like I was sky watching New Year's Eve last year, and my camera was pointing east. I was just taking pictures of the stars. I was doing star work, and I just started drinking my pure blonde beer. Just started sipping it, and I was looking south, and two stars. Let's see if my camera. There was like one star here, one star there. They came together, spun around each other, 180, and then separated apart. And I was like, "What?" I quickly turned my camera there and pointed it at them, but the show was over, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? That was amazing! I can't believe I saw that. I've never seen something like that before. It was amazing." And then, like a month and a half ago, I had the infrared camera out, and I was filming. I was filming Jupiter a lot. Then I started filming something else with my infrared camera, and the sun was coming up, and it was like all the stars were disappearing. There was maybe, I counted the stars, there was 8 stars, so it was like 40% blue sky as the sun's starting to come up, 40% blue sky, and there was this bright star next to Jupiter, like this huge bright star that I noticed, and then it disappeared, and I was like, where did that star go? Because it was so big and bright, right next to Jupiter. I quickly ran inside and I got the star map out and I looked. There was no stars next to Jupiter. It wasn't a star. I was like, wow, I see stars disappear all the time that aren't stars. The latest UFO thing I've been getting is this stationary UFO that sits in the sky, does not move. The stars and the planets move past over time. I filmed it over 3-4 different nights. It only comes out sometimes. Sometimes it flashes gigantic flashes of white light, and I've sat there for up to 2 hours filming it with the thermal camera, and it doesn't move. You can see the stars fly past.
You mean night vision camera, not thermal, don't you? Oh, you got a thermal camera.
Infrared. No, I have a thermal camera, but it's not good for star watching.
No.
The infrared night vision camera. I've sat there, zoomed up on it, for up to 1 hour one night, and it flashes this huge, gigantic flash of white light, gigantic, like 30, 40 times bigger than the little craft or little object, whatever it is, every 3 to 4 or 5 minutes. One night I filmed it for 2 hours. Sometimes I see it, it'll flash 5 times. I'll go and grab the camera, then stop splashing.
Right.
And I filmed it over 3-4 nights. I haven't uploaded the video yet because I have to sit there and I got to delete the 3 minutes where it doesn't flash for a whole hour and like have a compilation of just the flashes, and then just dump the video at the end with all the emptiness between each flashes. I tried to film it with the P1000. I thought the P1000 can zoom in 120 times. I'll be able to get a better picture of what the craft is inside the flash of the light. and I sat there with the laser beam pointing at it and then trying to line up, and it took me 20 minutes, half an hour to line it up, to zoom in. I'd zoom in a bit, then line it up again, zoom in a bit. Then my hand would move with the laser pointer. I'd have to wait for it to flash again, and then after like half an hour of trying to line up the P1000 with the laser pointer, and it stopped flashing again. I couldn't do it, but it'll be back. It'll be back, and I'll get the P1000 onto it.
Yeah, he got an interesting orb one, Rob. I did a live show on it, and we zoomed in and looked at it. But he said this plasma ball, it was giving off lightning spikes all around it, disappeared above your garage, was it? Or house?
It was above. It just appeared above my garage. It didn't come in from the horizon. Like, I see everything, all the satellites and ISS fly over from the horizon and then go away on the horizon. This just appeared like someone got a basketball and in front of your face and threw it up in the air. That's how big it was, this huge plasma ball light.
You know how the plasma balls give off little sparks? You know that handheld one I got, it's got little sparks coming off it? Well, he actually managed to video it as it was going away, and we had a look at it, and it had the sparks coming off it. It wasn't normal compression artifacts and low light atmospherics that we're seeing on his other orbs. This one was definitely different, and it sort of matched what he was explaining, that it was giving off sparks.
I'll post a link. I'll post
like
a link to the
Tesla cool, you know. Yeah.
I'll post a link to the plasma UFO video that I captured in the chat if anyone wants to have a look at it. But this would be the most amazing UFO I have ever seen in my entire life. This is like number one. I've never seen nothing like this. This is,
yeah, and you managed to catch some evidence of it, though.
Yeah, it was a basketball-sized ball of plasma light with like lightning bolts coming out from the center that were fluorescent orange, like the Dukes of Hazzard car orange. And then those lightning bolts came to a circle of light, same orange around it, and the craft inside was like a white with a slight yellow hue to it. Small ball of light, like a golf ball size. So you imagine like a basketball is the orange lightning bolts and the outer rim of the circle light, and then there's like a little golf ball in the middle where these electrical orange, and the orange was like 50% transparent, whereas the white UFO in the middle, was like bright white, like blinding, like you can't see through it. And
I think the negative one gave it out better, wasn't it? The negative chapter.
Yeah, in the negative it looks a lot better. And like, I saw this, and I was behind the P1000, and my brain was like, do I use the P1000 or do I use the infrared? Which one do I go for? And I just went, I had split seconds to choose. I just grabbed the infrared. I was filming Jupiter, so I had to shift it 90 degrees. And by the time I got the laser pointer on top of the infrared camera and quickly lined it up, and it was like 10 seconds had passed by then, and that orange lightning bolt and the huge ball shrunk down to like that white ball in the middle, and that's what the video is. It's basically that white ball in the middle. And if you look at what I saw, what I captured, imagine a ball 30% bigger than it around that ball of light with lightning bolts coming out of it. That's what I saw. What I saw and what I captured is different, you know?
Yeah.
But I drew a picture. I drew a picture of what I saw, and I even showed the location. I used my laser pointer, taking a picture in my backyard saying, that is exactly where it is. It was like a 45-degree, 50-degree angle of elevation. And I even show a picture of my shed with my laser pointer going, that's exactly where the UFO came from. And I just tried to include as much data and information of my sighting as possible.
Okay, the movement is his hand movement. So it's not on a tripod, was it?
It's a gimbal. It's a gimbal full fluid head tripod mount, so I can get smoother pans. Because when I use the Manfrotto 410 Junior 3-geared head, every time I touch the gears, it bounces the lens for 2 or 3 seconds.
So whereabouts is the still that we looked at, or bigger version? Is that one there? Soon, that one there, is it? Let's have a look. Oh.
It's got all chapters where I like zoom in and look at frame by frame, and then.
Yeah, so if you look at that carefully on this one though, you can see it's actually like a sphere inside a sphere, Rob. And it's got certain pattern to it, which is not normal. It actually looks like it's got sparks of electricity coming from inside, just like a plasma ball. It won't actually step forward.
What was this filmed with? What kind of technology again?
A Bushnell Equinox Z2 infrared camera that does 1080p video, 30 frames per second.
Okay. So what did it look like to the naked eye?
That there is the ball in the center, and it just looked like a white ball of light, like an egg, like a white sphere of light with a slight yellow hue to it, slight yellow hue to the color, but it's like blinding bright white light. It was like that light would have been like the size of a baseball. That would have been like the size of a baseball.
We're best to explain what you saw at the beginning, was it?
At the beginning of the video, I showed the picture. I showed the picture that I drew.
That's what he saw, and that's what's actually in the video. If you look carefully at the analysis of it,
that's what I saw. See that picture there. My video is of that white ball in the middle because I saw that, and by the time I pointed my camera at it, those orange lightning bolts and the orange circle around it disappeared, and just only that ball of light remained. That was 30% bigger than a full moon. So, and if you look at Jupiter, you could fit Jupiter across the diameter of it. You could put about 10 or 15 Jupiters across the entire diameter of it. That's how big it was, or about 30% bigger than a full moon.
There's one where we zoomed on.
Sorry, just quickly. Did you get the feeling it was under intelligent control by any chance, or was it just random movements?
When I saw it, I shit my pants. I felt total fear. I felt total excitement. I thought Christmas had come. I felt every emotion under the sun. And I was just like, I got to quickly point my camera at this. I felt all these emotions. I felt total fear. Is it coming for me? Then I laughed at my fear. I go, if it's coming for me, what can I do about it? It's coming for me. Would you like a cup of tea? You know? And then I laughed at it and at my fear, and then ran and pointed the camera at it. Like
that was a psychological effect, basically, wasn't it? Which you wouldn't normally experience if you were looking at something mundane. Interesting.
I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. I've seen many UFOs. This one was just amazing how close it was. I estimated it to be about 5 kilometers or less. Like, it appeared above my shed, but it could be 5 kilometers back. And I judge the distance. I do a lot of distance judging to practice at nighttime. I watch aeroplanes go over the top. I get the flight radar out and I say 30,000 feet, 20,000 feet. How big is the aeroplane? I do size estimation and distance estimation and height estimation to practice. So when I see a UFO, I try and estimate what's the size of that UFO, what height is it at, what's the elevation, how far away is it. I think that was one of the closest. That's probably the closest ones I've gotten so far, and I think it was.
What's your estimation of the size of it then, with the naked eye?
Probably typical UFO shape, like a small car, like a small SUV, 200 feet, 200 feet, like not too large, not too small, not too large.
You mean the size of a car? So 15 feet across, something like that.
15 feet.
Yeah, plus it had this strange hole that we noticed that kept spinning around. There's a little hole in it, wasn't it? Let's have a look at that one again.
2 years. Maybe like 30 feet, no more than 100 feet in diameter. I don't think it would be bigger than 100 feet in diameter, and no smaller than about 20 feet. I don't think it didn't look very small to me.
Paul, can you email me the video?
It's in the side, but I'll post the one where we looked at it on my screen if you want as well. But
yeah,
there was one point where we got a frame of it. It just looked like a plasma ball.
The original video before it's
yeah,
been...
yeah, it's actually in the side too. But here's where he first talks about it. Quite a while ago now. This video tried to get censored by Third Phase of the Moon, by the way, because we did a third phase after it, and they put copyright music on it, and that tried to get censored. And I thought, damn, not going to let that happen ever again. But my video with Gabber. There was one place here though we got a really perfect still from it, and it looked just like you're drawing. Whereabouts was it now? Was it further on? Yeah, it was. Was it? Was it there?
Yeah. I think it was 5 kilometers, or maybe a little bit less away from me. It was no more than 10 kilometers away. 10 kilometers would have been the maximum distance.
It was there somewhere, but
it freaked me out that it just appeared above the shed, and I was just like, and I had been using my laser pointer, and I've been like drawing around Jupiter for a little bit. I was sort of like, did I attract that because I was like drawing Jupiter with my laser pointer, and I was like,
okay. Gabber, there's a guy I'm friendly with from Canada. His name is Charles Lamar, and he's been filming orbs now for many years.
Yeah.
He said recently it's gone really quiet and he hasn't captured anything. But
is that the one that said it can communicate with them? Is that the one that said it can communicate with them?
No.
No, that's someone else.
No, he's not. He's not a flipping heck. He's not a kook. No, he's never claimed any. He's never claimed anything like that.
Right.
But he has got a UFO documentary out. I can't remember now exactly where to find it. But he's been filming orbs for years in night vision, thermal, and normal cameras. Yeah, I'd love to have the entire video and give it to him for discussion purposes, like.
Well, Gabber's on Discord, and so are you. So you just need to add each other as friends, and you can post to each other.
Okay. Yeah.
But the link's there in the side chat anyway. I think Gabber posts, but he doesn't actually name them. Right, he's named it after it. That's all right.
Yeah, I put the video link to the video in the chat.
So if you click on that, you can bookmark both mine and his. I think mine I zoomed in and paused it in the right place, and you can actually see it looks like he's drawing. But anyway, it's there somewhere in the video. I was trying to find it. And also his original story of the lampshade is here as well. Oddly enough, that one got targeted too, Gabber. That was third phase again, trying to take down that video as well that we did.
They don't like the fact we're doing real UFO research and analyzing real UFOs, and they're upset because they got all their fake UFOs, so they're trying to get them taken down.
Yeah. Yours is here somewhere. The hat people.
So to find the video, the unadulterated video now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look through one of the episodes to find it. Am I?
No, I uploaded the video untouched. It's got the whole video untouched. I don't even talk through it.
Okay, surely Paul can just send that to me, yeah?
Gabber should just add you on Discord, yeah.
I don't know what's complicated about it, Paul. Can you do it or not?
Well, used to should probably be added to each other anyway. But yeah, what's your handle for Robert? Let's see. Right click and let's see. What's it give us? Copy ID.
What's his name in Discord?
I'm just going to post it to you on Discord now. His full.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Full handle. Well, this is ID, but that's not his handle. Let me just see. Discord is a wee bit strange. It puts a little hash number on the end, doesn't it? Profile gives the number. Hey, I'll just post that. See if you can add them to your friends list. You have to approve you, of course.
Let's have a look here. What's going on now?
It's just
Oh, what's going on?
Okay,
so that's Robert's handle there.
all right.
How do you add it? I think you go up to plus
Go
person
top left
for
hand corner. Click on
DM and
friends.
just paste that in there with the hash on the so it's Robert space farmer hash 3639, right? I think it should work for you. Does it come
I
up?
don't think it's a space. I don't think it's a space.
I've subbed to your channel, Gabber.
Oh, thank you very much. I sent you a friend request in Discord. I can send you the link.
Sure,
let's-
I'll have a look in Discord after the show.
No worries. My Discord name's the same as my YouTube in that GabberBeast. GabberBeast
Okay.
or GabberBeastTV. One or the
Yes.
other.
But he's made it into a YouTube video, but he's embedded the original video, and it's not really the untouched video. I think that's what Robert wants, the untouched version.
I could upload the untouched version onto like Google Drive and then send you the link so you could download it and have a look at it. You know?
Oh, that'd be superb.
Yeah. But we'll just use Discord so we can communicate. So I can give you the link, so you can have access to it. You know?
Yeah, well, have you managed to add Robert on Discord? Then you can communicate with him. Send him a hi message, see if it pops up. Did that number work? It should work.
Rob Farmer 36. Yeah. Friend request sent. I think it's waiting for a.
Did you get a friend?
Type to him.
Did you get a friend request on Discord?
I haven't looked into Discord. I'll do it straight after the show, Paul.
Yeah, I think you need that space in it anyway. Let's see. I think it's the space. I've pasted a link to his video on it anyway, but you guys are best if you want to get the original footage.
Is your profile picture like two UFOs and two helicopters?
Yes.
It is, yeah. So you found it with that number?
I sent you a link to the video I uploaded, and then we'll talk in Discord, and I can send you like a Google link with the Google Drive of the whole file.
Robert's actually in the channel too, but he doesn't pop on very often, like never. But he is there, and you can get him that way too. I think you can just right click on his name and friend request. Yeah, I forgot about that. He's actually in the channel. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Beep beep beep. Okay. Oh, that's my CPU complaining that's not fast enough when I'm scrolling upwards.
I got my computer beep notifications turned off. I cannot stand my computer beeping at me.
I actually sent the lamp people story to Earl Grey to have a watch, but I don't think he ever watches the stuff I send him. I said this story you should really listen to and see what you think. I said, I even said to Earl, he should come on and interview you and actually see what you think about his story. So I have tried, but he's always busy. As far as I'm concerned, we do the real stuff here, and he's going on spending his time at California University teaching UFOs of all things, and he's also going on Ancient Aliens, which I think is pointless myself, but he would be better coming on the channel talking to real people that have sightings than wasting his time on a show.
That's what a real researcher would do. Would go to people who have seen stuff or had experiences and like ask questions. What happened? What was this? What was that? Writing down data, analyzing data.
Yeah. It's funny, I can't see your episode. I've been going up and down looking for it. So there's the new one. Where's the old one? It was here somewhere. Oh, is that the one? Let me just have a look. Oh, there it is. Egyptian aliens with pyramid lamp shades. That one there. It's got his story there if you want to re-listen to his original story, and you can listen to today's story. Well, you listen to today's story. Copy link. I'll post it to you on Discord too. Lampshade aliens.
Yeah, I told that story on Bruce Sees All as well. Everyone loved the story. Then I uploaded that interview into China, onto my UFO alien fans on China, and I put all like proper translation for them. My girlfriend paid someone to do the proper translation subtitles, $10 or something, and like they loved the story. They loved the alien story. They like anything alien. They love anything alien over there. They go wild over it.
Well, it's one of the most crazy stories I've heard, anyway. And if you got evidence, then it's not a story anymore. It becomes fact.
We've got to repair that evidence, repair that hard drive, so we can show what happened. Then everyone will know. I'm not making up fantasy stories. Like this is what actually happened.
So that one that was circling around like it was an atom with 3 balls, right? Were they like the plasma ball?
Nah, totally different.
Totally different. Okay.
The one I saw from the ocean was three small balls of light spinning around each other, spinning around a central point, and I think the colors of them. I think one was white, one was blue, and one was green or something. I'm trying to remember the colors of the lights.
How do you manage this?
One was white, one was blue, one was green, or one was white, one was blue, and I don't think it was red. I think it was green, blue, and white. And they were spinning around each other. I could only see that when I zoomed in, and then the whole house shook and started humming, and I was just like, "Oh, what is happening? Maybe they come to see my mum again." I don't know.
The beeping is the Men in Black. No, it just means that my CPU is about to explode.
Yeah, that low humming sound that's been reported in so many UFO cases. I've forgotten how many now, but plenty of them.
Yeah, now I use a program on my phone called Ultrasound that picks up the low frequencies down from 5 hertz to 20 hertz, and I put that on and I run it while I'm doing star watching. So if I
who gave you that idea?
No, I don't know. I was just speaking to this New Zealander. He just finished, came back from Uncle Bob's sheep farm, and he said like ultrasound is the way. But I have the app running while I film stuff, and
cheeky devil.
nothing's come close enough where it's activated the humming.
Right.
And I'm not sure if I have the ultrasound set up right, but it logged. I tested it by running at 5 hertz frequencies generator off my computer, and it logged it, so it was working. I'm thinking just the stuff that I've seen was too high up in the sky.
I think you need to get a radiation meter as well. You need to buy a radiation detector. And have you got an EMF?
No.
I think you need to buy some gear like me and Rob have got.
Yeah. I have to get some more equipment that could show different things.
Yeah. You could put them on a tripod next to you, on another tripod, just a cheap one, and just have a camera that's filming them, and that way you won't miss anything, And of course they're going to
go back on the video, and it's timestamped. You can timestamp everything.
That's right. And I think you need a fisheye camera that looks upwards. So I'm going to experiment with my one, see how good it is, and maybe I can give you a link to buy one. But
a fisheye camera would work, but it would have to be ultra low light, like 0.0001 lux or something, to pick up the lights.
Yeah,
it is.
It is. It's got a Sony low light sensor in it. So I'll do some experiment. I'm going to roll that one out to this week and give it a try in the garden. I was thinking, how am I going to do it though? Am I going to run power to it, or am I going to run it with a power pack first of all, or maybe I'll just do it with my 12
Just put a just put a power bank onto it just to begin with.
Yeah, I might just do something like that. And
The power bank, it'll run all night on a power bank, no problem.
It's got really good Wi-Fi reception on it too. So, but we'll see how well it does. But I can always run a LAN cable and a power supply to it, like I've done with the other tripod I've got. But yeah, I gotta get dusted off and get it all set up.
Yeah, where I live, I don't think I'm in a UFO hotspot, but what I think is, I live on the mountaintop. I live in the Southern Highlands of New South Wales.
Yeah.
And where I live is the highest point for the entire region. So everything goes down from where I live. So my view from all horizons is all the way to the horizon for hundreds, thousands of kilometers.
What about light pollution? I'd imagine that's low.
Light pollution is extremely low. I live in a small country town. It's like 10%, less than 10%.
I think that's why you're seeing so much stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really bad where I am. It's getting more light pollution.
I can see the light pollution of Sydney just on the horizon, and then it stops as it comes up, and it barely comes up to the sky. So we've cut down a lot of trees on my property. So my view, I got a really good view west, east, west.
Are you able to take
south,
some photographs
north.
of that and actually bring it to the channel so we can actually see your viewpoint from where you film?
I can.
Or will it give off too much personal information?
See, I don't know if I should be sharing personal information about location and stuff.
Well, you've seen me. I share my yard and all that, and
it's just because I uploaded those third phase of moon documentaries and got 16,000 views. I'm on their hit list. I got to be very careful.
If you can take pictures of your yard and viewpoints of where the trees are.
I can do.
No one will know where you're living.
No.
Living in the forest somewhere.
Like I do like the satellite app and the plane radar app. But like I go like one or two towns over, or just a couple towns over, and then show where the plane radar is and where my camera's pointing. I don't show exactly the town I live in. I got to show a bit of privacy,
So
and there's too many nut jobs online, that's for sure.
What's that one?
Well, just a second. This one I picked up. Can you see it there, Debbie?
Too low down.
Up a bit. Oh yeah.
And to the right.
Yeah.
To the right. No, my right.
Yeah.
Further up. That's it. Got it.
Okay. This one's I picked up for about £20 on eBay, and it works okay. It's absolutely fine. Yeah. But it's not particularly sensitive, but it does work. So for 20 quid. This one cost me.
Right. You got it in the wrong place.
Look at that one. Let's go.
The Trifield, that's the one. That's the one. How much did that cost? That's the one I want to get.
Trifield.
That's about £180, mate.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good one. I like that.
I haven't seen any. I was trying to find one of those on AliExpress, and they don't have any like that.
And it also picks up radio frequencies.
Wow.
So, it's not high enough for you to see. Yeah, you can see at the end there.
Yeah, that's cool. I really like that. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's picking up the Wi-Fi off your laptop there, but
exactly. I'll switch it off. And I use the damn thing around the house actually. And stuff,
It's good at detecting what?
Cables.
Oh yeah.
I've got my router in my bedroom. I don't know how bloody safe that is because it's giving off quite a signal.
Wi-Fi.
I'm sleeping right next to the damn thing.
Wi-Fi.
Well, since I've set up my,
they're not supposed to be good for you. They fry your brain or something.
That probably explains more.
Yeah.
No, you should always be at least a meter away from any router or microwave or telephone.
Maybe not quite a meter. No, maybe not quite.
Even your mobile phone should be a meter away, especially if you're sleeping.
Turn the Wi-Fi off when you're not using it. When you go to sleep, just turn it off. turn it back on.
Yeah, you can do that on the phone.
Yeah, but I keep forgetting to do it. I just go to
Airplane mode.
Airplane.
It's already striking my brain, and it's too late now.
I got the Wi-Fi router half away from me behind my computer monitor. So while I'm gaming, if I forget to turn the Wi-Fi off, it just fries me. And I'm just like,
Honestly.
Yeah. So yeah, at least we're trying to buy these gears and actually do the research. There's not many people like us out there, really, if you look at it. You got a lot of talking heads YouTube channels, but none of them are doing any research.
Oh, yeah. None of them are doing any research.
Who in their right mind wants to go outside or go to a place with a great vantage point and sit there for 4, 5, 6 hours staring at the stars? Nobody wants to do that. I like it. I love star watching. I like it. It gives me peace of mind. I sit there and relax and look at the stars and wonder what's in the universe, what sort of different creatures are on different universes and different planets, and what sort of things do they do, and do they like music? Do they get up? Do they play computer games, or do they just play board games? Or it's like staring at the stars. I love space. I've always loved space, and I like learning about doing astronomy. Space, and I love learning about
I think you find the same sort of people are in ufology, sci-fi fans, and quite creative people. I don't know if Robert's musical by any chance, but there are a lot of musical type people.
I'm not actually, but there are many in the field are.
Yeah.
I'm musical. I'm musical.
Okay,
yeah. I done a sound engineering course for 2 years at college, basically university. I love music.
Yeah. You need to get one of those keyboards and have a play around with it. You never know.
I know. I'd love to learn to play the keyboard. I haven't bought a musical CD in like 20 years. I buy all vinyl. Like my vinyl room is like entire wall from bottom to top. I have to get a custom built record shelves. Like I could if I sold all those records, I could probably pay off the mortgage half my house. You know, it's just incredible how expensive that crap is. But like, I'm a purist. My headphones, when I DJ with the records and the turntables, my headphones, I will not spend less than $300, and I always get like German quality studio headphones.
I don't like all the crackle.
These headphones. These headphones cost me like $300 just to game with. Like it's got a special microphone. This is a blue. What is it called? Let's click on the microphone.
I think mine costs like $30, and they do a pretty good job.
Yeah, this headphone's got a special microphone, Blue Voice. It's a special pro microphone, so it's really good for streaming. When I'm streaming games or something, my voice comes out really clear and
yeah. The technology's definitely got better,
and it's not
cheaper and cheaper. Unless you want to really pay for brand names, of course, still. But I'm
a Logitech boy through and through. I buy everything I buy Logitech lasts me 10, 15 years. If I go and buy something else, which I'm paying the same price for, 6 months, and everything starts failing. I'm like, why did I?
Yeah, I got a
Logitech for?
Yeah, I paid like $120 for my Logitech mouse, and it's quite good. What is it called now? I can't remember. Is it MX6 or something?
Yeah,
it's not.
That's my Logitech mouse. That's like $280, but it's Wi-Fi. It's got like 20 buttons on it, and I need all the buttons. You can see all the buttons on it. It's got buttons everywhere, and it's Wi-Fi because this cord gets in the way. And when the cord gets in the way, my mouse moves just a tiny bit, then my aim is off when I'm trying to shoot someone in the head with a sniper
my mouse
rifle.
is Bluetooth, and the battery in it, you can change just like a regular battery, but it's actually lithium ion round one in it, and it's got quick charge on it, so you can plug it into your laptop for 30 seconds and it will go for a couple of hours or something.
That's all right. I think this one, I plug the cord in, it'll charge up, and then I unplug the cord, put the Wi-Fi dongle on, and I after 20 minutes, I can go for about 5, 6, 7, 8 hours on it.
Yeah. So
But
it gives you,
sometimes I game and stream for like 18 hours,
so
24
your one
hours
can be cable
or more.
or Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Okay.
When I need,
Is it
when I need
Bluetooth as well?
No, it's Wi-Fi. I plug this dongle into the cable
Right.
like this.
All right.
I get the cable and I plug the Wi-Fi dongle in.
I gotcha.
Now my mouse is Wi-Fi, and I just have this sitting in the iPod connector because I don't have an iPod.
Oh, okay.
But like, you need that if you want precision with the mouse, because that mouse cord
Yeah.
always gets in the
Well,
way.
I'm not a
especially if you're playing
gamer.
shooting games.
I'm not a gamer, so I'm not into. But most of them are pretty high accuracy now, and they got better. Microsoft used to do fairly good mouse. I've still got Microsoft mouse that still works, you know.
Some of the old Microsoft G series mice, some of the best mice they ever made. Robust.
Yeah. And Logitech.
Logitech's really good. I've still got Logitech stuff that works 10 years later. I've just upgraded because I need faster response times.
Yeah. Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about? You still can keep going if you want to, but we're into 4.5 hours now. Is anything?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you want to get a bed, don't you?
Not quite bed yet, but just a little bit down.
You're as bad as Gabber. He doesn't sleep much either. He's up and at strange hours and
no sleep.
So
I play a lot of games with American friends, and I'm on American servers. So like my hours are like ungodly hours. I'm back.
Have you actually been to bed yet, Gabber? Because I've got a feeling you've been up all night, haven't you?
No.
No, you did go to bed or what?
I didn't go to bed. I sat down and I had a half an hour cat nap so that I have enough energy to come on the stream with you because you asked me to come and say hello. Actually, I actually had a half an hour cat nap just to rest my body, to have the body rest, so then I can function properly. You know.
So you're living on high energy drinks then, by the sounds of it.
Monster energy. The Monster energy.
Yeah.
It's my favorite drink.
Yeah, it's not good for you.
Do you know how much Monster is in my house? Have you seen the Monster table? I have like boxes, the big box. They come in a big carton.
Oh,
there's
God.
like six cartons, so it's basically a table, and I just piled them all in the corner of my dining room.
I'll tell you, one I liked was
table.
Demon Original. It's a lovely flavour.
Never tried that one.
The original. They were selling it in half bottles. 600 milliliter, half litre bottles. So I could only buy it from Auckland. So I ordered some and paid the $20 postage. So I bought a whole couple of $100 worth of various drinks and things, and they sent it down. But yeah. It was a lovely flavour, and yeah, it does keep you awake, that's for sure. Demon. And the other one was Monster. I was drinking Monster. They do a ginger beer one, don't they? A ginger, yeah, I think it's ginger beer. That's not too bad. What flavour is your one? Is that sort of like a fruit one? The fruit ones are not bad.
This one's the no sugar one. It's the first non-sugar Monster. It tastes like reindeer piss.
Yeah, I don't like the non-sugar ones as much.
But there's new monsters. They're called Monster Ultra. There's new monsters with no sugar that actually taste really good. There's a mango one.
Really?
It's a blue color. And there's a rosa one, which is like strawberry and grapefruit. That tastes really, really nice.
You should post a link into the food and drink room on Discord so you can have a look.
I'll send you the link. But the best non-sugar ones are the red. It's like a pink color. It's called rosa. It's the strawberry grapefruit. It's delicious.
I haven't seen that one, I don't think.
The blue one is a new one. The mango one that just came out. And I think there's a pineapple one which I can't buy in bulk yet when it's half price. I only buy it when it's half price at Woolworths.
Yeah, they're expensive, isn't it? Yeah,
because I get them for like $1.10 a can or something. Like I pay a lot of money for it. $1.50, about $1.50, $1.50, $1.70 per can.
So you're making sure you're not taking lots of sugar then. So you're just doing.
No, I don't like sugar at all. I haven't taken sugar for like 10 years. I like keep away from sugar. I don't like sugar. I think it's toxic. I think sugar's like a drug. I really don't like sugar.
It's not sugar that's the problem. It's the corn syrup that they put in the damn things. Mexico, apparently, you can still get the original cola. It's made with cane sugar. It's meant to be fabulous, you know. I remember as a kid, because my father and mother bought a dairy, a corner shop, right, to sell 7 days a week, you know, bread, milk, and all that sort of stuff. This everyday stuff.
Grocery store, yeah.
Yeah, and I always used to go with Dad in the car to the warehouse where you pick up what you want for your shop from the bulk store. And I remember he always used to give me a cola in the car. And I said, this ain't cola, it don't taste right. And that's the 1986, was it? Or 95? 85? It was in the 80s anyway, where they changed it from cane sugar to syrup. And it was never the same again. So yeah, if you're lucky to get the cane sugar one, I think it's Mexico where you can still get it. And you can buy it in America if you're near the border and all that sort of stuff. Yeah,
I'd love to go to Mexico one day. I think it's a beautiful country. Probably get shot and kidnapped by the cartel though.
Yeah, hopefully. This is not live. Have we got a problem, have we? Have we lost connection? It says excellent connection here.
The YouTube's on. Oh, wait a sec.
No,
the YouTube's working.
Here.
YouTube's working, yeah.
Yeah, it is live, I think.
Yeah.
I always wanted to go to Mexico to visit the old Mexican Mayan pyramids and old ancient sites and take pictures and stuff. All those pyramids and ancient Mayan Aztec pyramids and stuff, that all really interests me. I'd love to go to Peru to visit the Machu Picchu and take pictures and stuff. I think a lot of that stuff's amazing. I love old archaeology of ancient civilizations. I love watching the documentaries on them and learning about ancient cultures and how they used to do things.
Yeah. Well, America's a big place. I don't think Americans have even seen their own country, but yeah, they certainly don't know anything outside America. They don't even know inside their own country half the. They're
discovering things all the time. Someone was saying they discovered this brick wall that was like part of a pyramid. It's like older than pyramids, and like they don't know anything about nothing. They don't look at anything.
No. You know, you get these guys are going to ask them questions like name a continent, and they couldn't even name a continent on the. What do Aussies do? Crocodile Dundee, Mad Max, and Crikey Crocodile Hunter. That's all they know about Aussies. They don't know anything. And you eat that putrid Vegemite. If they saw how much Vegemite I put on my toast, and they always say New Zealand is part of Australia.
Oh, you mean
how to insult a Kiwi? Oh, it's just an island off Tasmania, like belongs to Australia.
When they're lonely, they go and hug Dolly the sheep.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, there's been some fantastic cases coming out of Australia. UFO cases, I mean, now.
Yeah.
Really good one. The Knowles family abduction.
Yeah. I saw that. Yeah. That was interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, the Tully Sauce Nest. I mean, that was a classic case which left trace evidence behind. I think it was 1966, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was a classic case.
Yeah. Me and Rob actually did cover that one in our older series. Rob Talks UFO Cases. Yeah. So you can go and watch that one. The
problem I've seen when I've looked at old UFO cases that hit the media like a current affair, major news current program. Mike Willesee interviewed the family. They were driving, through the desert in Australia, and a UFO came and like hovered above their car, shone the car up with light, and all these strange things happened. He interviewed the entire family, but the way he interviewed them, he was mocking them and making fun of them. He wasn't like interviewing like a researcher.
I've seen it.
Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about. I was
It
disgusted.
was a case of an interview.
I was disgusted that's our number one. That's our number one news reporter. He interviews everybody, the most famous people. He just showed so much disrespect interviewing this family. That family was nearly in tears going, this is what happened. We're just explaining what happened. Why mock us for? Why make fun of us? Why try and say...
That was the Knowles family. The car was actually lifted off the road.
Yep. That one. I was just like... The way the media treats people who report experiences, no one wants to report them. They're like, I don't want to be laughed at on national television. Everyone's going to think I'm a joke. So no one reports nothing because of the way the media... This is terrible.
I had to laugh at Mick West claiming that Aerial School was actually a puppet show.
Crying out loud.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I sent my plasma ball UFO to Nick Mest on Twitter about a month ago. Crickets. He doesn't want to touch it. I said to him, "Go, can you figure what this is out?" Like me and Paul had a look at it. We don't know what it is. Crickets. He will not reply to me. He wants something easy to debunk.
Mick West is starting from the position that aliens and UFOs do not exist.
Really?
So when you start from that position, there's no way you're going to get an objective reply from him.
You're going to get a biased view of his. He's going to always explain something when there's very little evidence, but he's going to make it look like that evidence when he shouldn't be doing that.
If he backs it up with flight radar data or star maps, then he's generally okay. But
yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's good with the low hanging fruits. There's no doubt about that. Easy picking. He can debunk them easily. But the funny thing is, on John Greenwald's show, and I asked the question in the side chat. I asked him about the Iranian UFO incident in 1976, Tehran, Iran. He said he'd never heard of it. Now that's bullshit.
Really?
Because he said he'd never heard of the case. Of course, he said that because he didn't want anything to do with it. So he knew he couldn't explain it. You see, so he denied any knowledge of it. Now that's a world famous case. You can't be a UFO person and not know that case.
Exactly.
It's pretty much impossible. No, I've got very little respect for Mick West.
There was actually ground eyewitnesses to that as well. That one.
Oh, on the ground, confirmed radar visual.
Radar, yeah.
Everyone's having a go at Mick West, like third phase, Goofy. Everyone's having a go at him, like last week. They're all picking on him.
No, he did pretty good with his new software with the Starlink and the new flares that the pilots are seeing.
He does a great job. I'll admit, he does a great job when he does stuff like that. It looks really good. He shows the constellation and the star map and side by side. That looks really professional. I really like that. But his mindset, like you said, he comes in not believing any of that exists.
I think he needs to join up with a proper ghost team and actually go to one of these haunted places and experience something. But it'd be very interesting to see if a skeptic can experience the same things that we have, you know. If your mind's closed off, will you still experience it? Even that in itself is...
If your mind's closed off, then your mind will make sure that you don't see it. Everyone else will see it, but you'll be like, there's nothing there, because your mind thinks there's nothing there. You're not being open to seeing what's there. You've already
but if you have footsteps walking around upstairs and you go up there and you know there's no one up there, that's got to make you think that something more is going on, right? How many people talk about footsteps? They hear footsteps or doors opening. You know, it's happened to me where I've been in the kitchen and the door flung open and nothing come. I was expecting someone to walk through, maybe a dog, because the dog opens that door sometime and he flicks it over with his nose, and nothing come through. And then there was this great big blast of cold air just went right past my back, and I thought, oh shit, that's paranormal. And then about 5 minutes later, someone did come down the hall, and I said, you didn't open the door by any chance and then run back up the hallway or anything? And they'd say, no, it wasn't us.
That's the tall blonde whites. It's the tall blonde whites, but they had
it was around about all that time. It was
They had
Yeah,
their
it
cloaking
was-
device on so you couldn't see them, but they were doing UFO
Yeah, but
business in
one
your
day the
kitchen.
door was actually locked, and it opened up by itself. It was definitely locked, and it's got one of those round doorknobs that are really hard to grab if you got if you got cream on your hand. Because I hate it. Because when you got your hands full of a cup and a dish, and you want to go to your bedroom, it's very hard to grab those round knobs. You want a lever one that opens up, and you can get through better. But yeah, that's happened several times. I've had the door open in the kitchen. I'm sitting on the bench on a stool. You've seen the picture of my kitchen. There's 3 benches. I'm sitting in the middle one. And I see the hallway light sensor come on because we've got motion detector automatic turn on lights. And I saw the light come on, and then I expecting someone to come along, and nothing happened. And then I got this cold blast of air behind me, and I thought, wow. What was that? And it was before I got the cameras and all that as well. And of course, it hasn't happened since, or if it has, I've missed it on the video footage because, I've got like 8 cameras recording non-stop now inside the house and out. And you just, unless something happens, you can then go back and look at the footage and see if there's anything that's captured. But nothing's happened since I've set up the cameras, apart from that one in the bedroom. But then since I've put that new EMF meter, it's very sensitive, that one too. I think it's probably better than the K2 I got. But yeah, it's very sensitive, and it hasn't gone into the yellow or anything like that during the night. So it's gone quiet. Scared it off, I guess. Whatever it was. Like I said, it goes quiet for 6 months, and then something starts happening again. But that time where the bedroom light was turning off and on, that is really strange. You turn it off, and then you come back a couple of hours later and it's turned on. I've had it off all day while I've been on this live stream, and it's not gone on. It's the same light, hasn't been replaced, same battery and the remote control. Now I can turn it on, it stays on, and turn it off, it stays off. And it only happens every certain time, and it might not happen for another year, and it'll start playing up again. Or what I say is something's playing around with it. But I've not had a physical light come on, only sensor lights and that one with the remote control infrared. But that's even had Dad sort of baffled, and he doesn't understand why it's not playing up now, because naturally you think it's just a capacitor going crazy, but then you'd expect it to get worse and worse and not still run for another couple of years, right? This has been playing up for the last 3 years, where it turns on at a certain period for a couple of months and then stops doing it. And it's not temperature related, because I got that clock on the wall to monitor the temperature and humidity in the room when it was going on and off, and all the times it was different readings, so it wasn't nothing to do with that. But yeah, this is all to do with research, right? We're all trying to research stuff now, and we're splashing out the money left, right and centre to buy the tech to do it.
Jeez,
So
I'm not sure what I've spent now, That P1000, even though I bought it from France, it was a lot cheaper there. That was best part of £800.
Yeah, that's good.
The guy answered the good one I've got. That was another £800. One of those EMF detectors, nearly £2,000. £200.
Oh,
You're not cheap. Not cheap. My P1000 was like $1,500. Not cheap.
Yeah, I think it's 1,600 in New Zealand or more. Yeah, not cheap.
Jeez, so you get it. Oh, that's tough. That
I spent over $1,000 on just on the tripod.
Yeah,
It's got to be a special tripod.
Yeah. Then I needed Bluetooth remote control. Then I needed memory cards. I've spent. Don't ask how many hundreds of dollars I've spent on memory cards. I was only buying them when they were on special, but I was buying the biggest, fastest ones I could get, because I don't want the camera processing.
Though, are they?
Still not fast enough.
No.
It's not cheap.
To do my astrophotography work, I'm probably in about $8,000 now. I've spent about $8,000. I could have replaced the V8 engine in my car, and I could be driving around in a nice Chevrolet V8 engine. I'm walking everywhere. I've been walking for 2 years because I haven't replaced the engine in my car. I went and spent my money on photography instead. But I chose to do that sacrifice. It's like fix the engine in your car or get some camera equipment. And I went, I'll get some camera equipment. I'll fix the car next time. So I haven't even fixed my car. I'm walking everywhere. If I want to go somewhere, I've got to catch the bus and the train. So like I've done a sacrifice to do my amateur astronomy and star watching. I made sacrifices, but I chose that, you know. I may never get the money back. It doesn't bother me. If I made ROI, if I make the money back I spent, I'd be happy. I'd be over the moon, you know.
Gabber likes talking.
No, I'm just saying, guys, it's officially 4 a.m. here in the UK, and I'm going to get off. Gabber, Paul, it's been a pleasure. And hopefully I can catch you again sometime.
Yeah, we have open lines quite often, actually, so you can pop along.
Yeah.
Great.
I'm just using this one at the moment, but there's a free-for-all, as you know. The other room I use, anyone can sort of jump into it if they want to have a rant or whatever.
Great talking to you, Rob. Really nice to meet you, mate.
Yeah, cheers, man.
You're a gentleman and a scholar. I had a great yarn with you.
Thank you. I'll catch you next time.
Bye, mate.
Bye, Tommy, if you're still
Well, if we don't see you again, have a good Christmas break anyway. And Merry Christmas and all that.
I'll probably see you before then, if you like.
Okay. Well, you never know what happens. Good night.
Laters.
See you, mate.
Yeah, see, Jitsi just works great, doesn't it? No damn screen yard is needed. There's a wee bit out of sync on your one there for a while, though, but that could be just something to do with your Wi-Fi or something. Are you cable?
Better sync. I'm 100 megabit fiber optic, so the fiber optic goes from here to Sydney straight to New Zealand before it goes to America. So like we've got a direct connection, Sydney and New Zealand. That's why we've got a better sync.
No, you're in sync now. I'm not sure before what was going on there, but
before I had torrents running. It was uploading. So
right. Oh, that's the problem. It wasn't too bad. It was like half a second maybe out or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably need to wrap up actually. Anyway, what's the time we got on this? Coming up to 5 hours ago. I did a 5-hour live yesterday. Remember, with you, and again we've done another 5 hours here.
I don't know what day of the week it is. I can't remember anything.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting thing. Setting they've got there now. How it sort of puts a box around each of you, and you can have everybody on the screen at once. And now when I shrink it down, it puts you into a portrait thing, keeps you more centralized rather than doing widescreen. I suppose if I click on it again, that goes to full screen.
Yeah, that purple box that purple box is a border. It's a border feature from my camera. I put that purple box around my
right.
screen.
Yeah, now it's gone from portrait to landscape now, you see. Yeah. I kind of like Jitsi, but somehow I'm a bit worried that once you got used to it, they're going to start wanting a monthly fee, you know, because it runs off, it sort of sets up the communication initially with everybody joining on, but then the communication is between your web browser and everybody else's web browser after that point, because it's peer-to-peer, right? But
it's like
you
torrents.
still have that
the whole network. Yeah, torrents.
Yeah,
the
but
whole
you still
network.
have that room where you got to connect into. That's got to share the information to each other from that web server. So they could start charging you money per month to access your room. I can see it coming. Eventually, it won't be free, probably.
Yeah, but who wants to pay for money when you're sharing my network connection so you can run your servers? And that's I'm paying already $100 a month for my network connection.
I think they might have ads on it though, have they? Because we got ad blocker, it probably don't show up.
I haven't seen the ads. I got ad blocker as well, so I wouldn't know.
Well, I use Brave. A Shield might be blocking it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't mind ads as long as they're not interfering with what you're doing, you know? Like if it's like a banner ad at the top, then that would be okay, you know, to keep it free, right? So,
yeah.
But anyway, maybe we should start wrapping up now. Despite the time difference error, it worked out in the end. But we lost a few people at the start there. I think John disappeared when he realised that he wasn't going to show up for another hour, so I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe he was busy after that. John in Tucson, and I think the other ones, it got too late for them, because you know, Rob's up to 4 AM and Mike is also in Scotland, so that would have been too late for him probably. He's probably gone now. There's only one person watching. I don't know who that is. Is Shogun around? I think he's also UK, isn't he?
It's probably me watching.
Yeah, it could be. Or Tommy. Is Tommy still around? I don't know.
Some people watch and then just mute it and go somewhere else and just leave it for the view or something.
Yeah, they want to come back with the book chapters so they can just jump around and see what we talked about. Anyway, I'm going to kick off the end credits now and let you get some damn sleep, mate. You need some sleep.
I drank too much Monster. I got to wait for the caffeine to wear off before I can get to sleep.
Well, I'm just going to end credit now.
Good talking to you.
Yeah,
good talking to you,
say
mate.
Good night in the chat. You can say good night there too if you want. Good night, all.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks.
We're going to get out of here.
All that showed up. Very poor on Sundays for some reason. I'm not sure why. I thought we had quite interesting content there today. Anyway, good night and see you again. Close that down. And I'll close that down and kick off the end credits. Good night, guys, and take care on the roads. I hope you enjoyed it, and obviously Robert is keen to come back for another try sometime. There we go, it's working nicely. You better scroll back and watch what you missed at the beginning. Some interesting stories there from Robert and Gabber again. They have talked about it in the past lives, but it's always good to hear it again. There was another video he wanted. I'll leave it there, I think.